안녕하십니까?
Good morning. I welcome you all to the International Conference on Towards a Virtuous Cycle of Growth, Jobs, and Welfare. Joining us either via online or offline, I am your Master of Ceremony, Lee Yeon-hwa. I thank you once again for your valuable time. This very meaningful international conference welcomes all of you once again. This international conference has been hosted by the National Economic Advisory Council, organized by Korea Development Institute. This event has been organized to look into inclusive growth that has been discussed internationally to introduce a new model for welfare and its implications to the Korean economy so that we can explore a new model for a welfare state that strikes a balance between growth and welfare. Many experts from around the world to share their insights with us will be joining us both on and offline today, and also audience from home and abroad are watching us in real time. Wishing this conference a very meaningful and productive one, we will now commence the opening ceremony for the International Conference on Towards a Virtuous Cycle of Growth, Jobs, and Welfare. To formally kick off the opening ceremony, we will invite Mr. Lee Gun, Vice Chairman of the National Economic Advisory Council, for his opening remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Lee Gun, the Vice Chair of the National Economic Advisory Council. I sincerely welcome everyone for joining us at the International Conference hosted by the National Economic Advisory Council on the theme of Virtuous Cycle of Growth, Jobs, and Welfare. Let me express my deep gratitude to President Hong Jang-pyo of the Korea Development Institute for preparing today's conference together, and Deputy Prime Minister Hong Nam-gi for his congratulatory speech despite his busy schedule. At this conference, we have three renowned scholars from overseas. I would like to thank Professor Roderick of Harvard University for taking the valuable time for this special lecture. Let me also welcome and thank all the way from the US and Sweden to be here in person and to deliver their speeches, Professor Kenworthy and Professor Nelson. Welcome and thank you. I also thank and welcome those from home, presenters, moderators, discussants, and those who are with us online. As Korea continues to struggle with structural problems of low growth, polarization, low birth rate, and population aging, the economic impact from COVID-19 persists, especially for the disadvantaged, such as job insecurity and income reduction. This has also increased social interest in inclusive growth and welfare. More broadly, the transition from a developing country model to the welfare state model is underway, but with challenges ahead. It is thus highly important to seek through this conference the direction for Korea as a welfare state. Korea's welfare expenditure has shown rapid growth. Public expenditure in social services, which was only 2.6% to GDP in 1990, increased to 12.2% of GDP in 2019, the second highest growth among OECD countries. The Moon Jae-in government has also broadened the basic living security system, introduced child allowances, and increased basic pension and disability pension to become an inclusive welfare state with the aim of becoming a country that takes care of my life. As a result, disposable income inequality, or Gini coefficient, fell from 0.3555 in 2016 to 0.339 in 2019, and so did the relative poverty rate from 17.6% in 2016 to 16.3% in 2019. But many challenges remain to be solved, and COVID-19 has magnified the severity of these issues. First, we need to eliminate welfare undercoverage. There has been much progress in this front, such as the abolition of the family support obligation in relation to basic living security system, but considerable gaps remain. Human tragedies still occur due to livelihood difficulties, and the self-employed are still in a dire situation. We must assess the hundreds of central government projects and thousands of welfare projects, including local government projects, and redesign them tightly and more precisely. Redundant and similar businesses should be simplified, but inadequacies should be identified and improved. For those without protection for lack of information, there should be a more efficient and thorough delivery system. Second, we need to secure sustainability of welfare. Korea's share of public expenditure in social service is still below the OECD average. Considering the increase in pension, medical spending, and low growth due to super-aged society, it is almost certain that Korea's share of public expenditure will exceed the OECD average in the near future, even without additional programs or increased benefits. Failure to control welfare spending will inevitably increase the burden on our future generation. It is time for a serious social discussion on how to rationalize spending and fill funding shortage, along with the meticulous diagnosis of welfare sustainability. Last, we need to strengthen the virtuous cycle of welfare and growth. To improve undercoverage and secure sustainability, what we need is plus-sum welfare, not zero-sum. That is, a virtuous cycle of welfare. For example, expanding childbirth, child care programs, as well as education services is a welfare policy, but also a growth-friendly policy that increases women's employment and overall employment rate. Only when we invest our limited resources in productive welfare to build a solid and efficient social safety can the labor market system have flexicurity. And only then can there be more jobs. Such productive social safety net and labor market flexicurity are the core of the virtuous cycle between growth, welfare, and jobs. This virtuous cycle structure can be made not only by welfare policies, but also with other policies such as labor market, education, and innovation policies. At a time of industrial structural changes such as digitalization and low carbonization, and of demographic and family changes such as falling birth rate and aging population, welfare, labor, and education policies should be redesigned to enhance adaptability and social upward mobility. Building such a virtuous cycle is by no means easy, especially since it also has to do with politics. But it is not just an ideal. In the case of Northern Europe, which has a long tradition of a welfare state, there are cases through many trials and errors of high economic and social outcome while lowering the fiscal burden. The lessons are, of course, we will hear about them later on, but first, to build up a range of in-kind social services rather than cash welfare, such as childcare and childbirth services. And second, to consider, where appropriate, not only the elderly, but also the youth population who are directly involved in production. These cases should be a mirror to Korea, a late entrant welfare state, to learn from their success and prepare against failure to become an innovative and inclusive welfare state. Today's conference promises to be a useful opportunity to share the wisdom and experience of scholars from home and abroad on the path for the Korean welfare state through discussions on other welfare states. I hope today's event will serve as a stepping stone for a better society in which solid growth, decent job, and sustainable welfare will lead to a virtuous cycle. I look forward to frank and open discussions. Once again, I would like to thank all of you for your participation today, and I wish you good health and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chairman. You shared with us your deep insights to open this international conference. This is indeed a very timely event. We're very much looking forward to constructive discussions. Next, we're going to have a congratulatory speech, which will be delivered by Hong Nam-gi, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy and Finance. Unfortunately, he could not come here due to his other commitment, but he sent us a video message instead. Let's watch his message together. Good morning. I'm Hong Nam-gi, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy and Finance. I offer my sincere congratulations to the 4th International Conference hosted by the National Economic Advisory Council. First, I extend my deepest gratitude to Lee Geun, Vice Chairman of NEAC, Hong Jang-pyo, President of KDI, for organizing this conference despite the pandemic, and Professor Denny Roderick from Harvard University for your special keynote speech today. And also, my warmest welcome to all the participants for joining us today despite your very busy schedules. Ladies and gentlemen, the world economy, thanks to the proactive policy response and the vaccine rollout by each government, has come to stand at a turning point in its fight against COVID-19. And yet income and asset inequalities are widening, and digital and low-carbon economic transformations are leading to industrial disparities. And the pace of response to the pandemic causing uneven recovery across countries. Indeed, we're seeing a new form of polarization in the world. Recently, the IMF has called such situation as a fault line that is widening as ever, the gap that poses as yet another challenge for the world to overcome. The title of this conference, Towards a Virtuous Cycle of Growth, Jobs and Welfare, is a very relevant topic in this post-COVID era. For a sustainable, sound economic growth, a timely task indeed. Since the launch of the Moon Jae-in administration, Korea has also endeavored to overcome the issue of low growth and polarization by promoting innovative, inclusive growth that pursues balance in growth and distribution with a paradigm shift in policy. Moving away from the growth-centric mindset of the past, we're focusing our governance on jobs and establishing an employment safety net for the entire population to encourage their full economic participation while strengthening health insurance coverage, abolishing obligatory support standards for livelihood benefit, ensuring free high school education, and bolstering social safety net. These policy efforts are aimed at putting people at the center of economic growth and enhancing their quality of life. And the OECD has responded positively to the Korean government's efforts for inclusive growth, citing as the world's first country example for its innovation. Also, even amid the COVID-19 crisis, we minimized the shock to the economy while improving distribution-related indicators even better than the COVID period. Another proof of innovative, inclusive growth. However, we must overcome the imminent crisis and meet the challenge posed by the post-COVID-19 era. To make a transition to a better inclusive society, what we do going forward matters the most. So today, I want to stress that for the virtuous cycle of growth, jobs, and distribution, the innovative, inclusive growth needs to move in the following 3 directions. First, we must expand the opportunities for growth. The basis for creating jobs and improving distribution is growth. And the growth engine in the digital low-carbon era will be innovation. To that end, the government, under Korean New Deal 2.0, is committed to investing a total of 220 trillion won for 5 years and will be investing 12 trillion won for carbon neutrality in 2022, while creating a climate response fund to foster a low-carbon industry ecosystem. Moreover, to induce innovative companies' dynamic investment, we will work to foster a second venture boom, Big 3 industry promotion, while reforming key regulations and nurturing core talents in software, AI, new technologies to support future industry development. Second, we must engage more people in the process of growth. Job is the best way to take part in growth, a link to a virtuous cycle of welfare. For this, we will reinforce the private sector's ability to generate jobs, entrench the 52-hour workweek system, transfer non-regular workers to a regular status, and improve other labor conditions to raise the quality of employment. Furthermore, the transition to a digital and contactless economy, a prolonged pandemic, and subsequent job insecurity will call for stronger support. In response, for 2022 as well, 1.05 million direct jobs will be delivered. Sickness benefits will be offered on a pilot basis to beef up our income and employment safety net, while investment for productivity such as labor transition for new industries will be scaled up to widen upward mobility for workers. Third, benefits of growth must be shared together. Through tightly knit income, employment, and social safety net, all members must be able to share the fruits of growth through which distribution facilitates growth in a virtuous cycle. By expanding the Youth Letter of Hope, improving the care and health safety net for the vulnerable groups such as the elderly, low-income families, working on education, housing, healthcare, care service culture to close the gap, the government will make sure to spread the warmth of growth to every corner of our society. Furthermore, in this era of low birth rate and population aging, to create a sustainable welfare system, we will be working under a government-wide task force for population policy to ensure a wise, calibrated response. Distinguished participants, it's a leading example of a virtuous cycle of a dynamic employment market and welfare. Denmark's Golden Triangle model that has found the optimal mix of flexibility and stability is often benchmarked. When it comes to growth, jobs, and distribution, growth that becomes a basis for distribution, and distribution that facilitates growth, and jobs that becomes a means for the virtuous cycle that can connect together to form the Golden Triangle. I hope we will have an in-depth discussion and pool our wisdom at the conference today. Thank you.
바쁘신 가운데도
Thank you very much. That was the Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you very much for sending us a video message of congratulations despite the busy schedule. And yes, we also hope that this can be the cornerstone for us to overcome the yawning gap. Now, last but not least, we're going to have the welcome remarks by President Jang Pyo-hong of KDI. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good morning. I am Jang Pyo-hong, President of KDI. Allow me to welcome and express my appreciation for all the participants who are attending today's conference in person, as well as those who are joining us and joining the discussions online. Thank you and welcome. I would also like to express my appreciation for Vice Chairman Kun Lee and also the members of the NEAC who have actually proposed the theme for the conference and also actually who have done most of the preparation. So thank you very much. And also my thanks go to Deputy Prime Minister Hong Nam-gi for sharing his congratulatory remarks despite his busy schedule attending to national affairs. I deeply appreciate Professor Danny Roderick of Harvard University, who readily accepted our request, and also Professor Lane Kenworthy, as well as Kenneth Nelson. Thank you very much for being here today with us. I would also like to thank all those who are present here to present, moderate, and discuss. Now, the theme of today's conference is toward a virtuous cycle of growth, jobs, and welfare. As you're well aware, Korea's economy is based on an export-centric, uneven growth model through which polarization has been deepening between economic sectors and growth potential has been weakened. Since its launch in 2017, the Moon Jae-in administration proposed a vision to build an innovative and inclusive nation to overcome low growth and polarization and create a people-centric economy. The administration pushed ahead with a policy paradigm shift based on the three pillars of income-led growth, innovative growth, and a fair economy. The OECD took note of Korea's innovative and inclusive vision as a pioneering attempt to overcome unbalanced growth and realize inclusive growth. Looking back on the past 4.5 years, the Moon administration has made many achievements. there are still many challenges remain and a long way to go. Much homework remains to be done. We need to respond to structural changes such as restructuring in key manufacturing sectors, the digitalization of the industries, increasing elderly population, and decreasing young and middle-aged population, and the expansion of new types of employment due to the progress of the fourth industrial revolution. At the same time, we must speed up our efforts to create decent jobs and expand growth potential through ceaseless innovation. And today, against the backdrop of the greatest crisis since the Great Depression brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic, reducing polarization and creating decent jobs have emerged as hot issues shaping the international agenda. These require transitioning from the conventional economic model that emphasizes growth and efficiency toward a new one that gives importance to harmony and balance between various social values such as inclusivity, innovation, environment, fairness, and others. We need to go beyond the selective welfare model that has been emphasized in the traditional welfare model and instead move towards a new model that pursues decent jobs and inclusive welfare. It is more urgent than ever that we expand and reform our policy system so as to make the move to an inclusive nation and a better society. I expect that today's conference will serve as a great opportunity to share bold suggestions and hold in-depth discussions on reform measures that pursue harmony between sustainable growth, decent jobs, and inclusive growth. Once again, I would like to welcome you all and thank you for your attendance despite the constraints of different time zones and long distances. And I ask for your support and active interest in KDI as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Hong. We were able to feel your warm wishes for the international conference. I hope that the Republic of Korea will be able to fully fulfill the commitment towards building the inclusive growth of the country. This brings us to the end of the opening ceremony of the international conference. I'd like to thank you once again for your participation. I ask for your continued participation and we ask for your patience. For the special session and the keynote session, the official language will be English. And for the keynote session, the official language will be switched to the Korean language. We ask for your patience. Thank you.
네, 지금부터 특별 세션
We're going to now begin the special session, a policy design for inclusive growth. We have a special guest, a special speaker from abroad, and the official language for this session will be English.
invited a very special guest from abroad, and today's keynote speech will be delivered by Professor Danny Roderick at Harvard University. He'll give a presentation on economic policy beyond the welfare state. So now, without further ado, let's connect to him virtually. 네, 교수님 안녕하십니까? Hello, Professor Roderick.
Hello, good morning to you.
Yes, thank you for joining us today, and please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you. Let me see if I can share my my presentation. I hope you can see the my slide. Can I have a confirmation that you can see my slide?
Yes, we can see it very clearly. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much for having me. I want to thank the National Economic Advisory Council, Professor Lee, Deputy Prime Minister, the President of KDI. It's a great honor for me to be addressing this audience and presenting some of my ideas about where we're moving with our social policies, our growth policies in the kind of context that we find ourselves in. This is especially important a conversation to be having, perhaps with the example of Korea in front of us. For most of my career, I worked on developing countries, thinking about growth strategies. And for that group of countries, South Korea always has been an important example, providing a path forward as to how a country can develop so rapidly in the course of a generation or two, from the depths of poverty to the levels of the advanced economy that it is in many ways. So it's led the way, and it's been an example for developing countries. The question in front of us today in many ways is whether South Korea can also be an example for advanced economies with its own model of an inclusive development, inclusive growth model, whether it can advance an agenda for other rich countries as well. And the introductory comments that we've heard in the opening ceremony point to the potential of that and the important new thinking that is taking place in South Korea, where it might in fact have significant consequences for other countries as well. The advanced countries of the world are facing to varying extent a common problem that exhibits itself in the form of polarization in the labor market. That is to say that due to a number of changes having to do with changes in the global economy, changes in technology, changes in labor market institutions and economic policies, patterns of deindustrialization in most countries that I'll come back to, that many of the middle educated or middle school professionals have not done so well. While some of the low service sector jobs have expanded, and clearly there's also been an expansion at the very top of the most professional, most skilled professionals and workers have done well. Those in the middle have not done very well. Depending on the country, this shows up as significant rise in economic inequality, of which unfortunately South Korea has experienced. In a lot of other countries, it shows itself even where there has not been a large increase in inequality, as in some countries of Europe, such as France. It shows itself as increased economic insecurity, youth unemployment, large gap between regions that are doing well and regions that are not doing so well. In almost all countries of Europe, and certainly also, of course, in the United States, I think the consequence has been a kind of a shrinking of the middle class. So essentially, with middle class jobs disappearing, middle class has been shrinking. And I think this has undermined a lot of the important qualities that make societies work, that undermine sound politics. And I think in many ways, I've written elsewhere how the rise of right-wing populism has been linked to some of these labor market phenomena. So it creates economic, social, and political problems. COVID, of course, has simply aggravated these issues by having extremely uneven and asymmetric effects on labor markets, deriving a very deep wedge between those who can continue to work and prosper while working online or at home, mostly professionals, while many others have incurred significant dislocations and significant job losses or income losses. So I think that our problems coalesce around a set of labor market issues about labor market sort of disappearing middle, labor market polarization, increased economic insecurity. And the question that is in front of us is really how we should respond. I think my central diagnosis here, which I want to sort of put out in front of us squarely, is that the variety of trends that we have experienced in the last 3 or 4 decades have essentially driven a kind of a process of domestic disintegration, of which this labor market polarization and these trends I've talked about are an indicator or a symptom. These have to do with automation, skill-based technological change, the process of hyper-globalization, and a variety of market fundamentalist policies that have pushed the deinstitutionalization of labor markets and reduced the power of labor and labor unions. So our challenge, therefore, is to reverse this domestic disintegration, to pursue policies that are going to reintegrate a society, and that means essentially to overcome the productive divisions, the productive dualisms that mark our societies today. And what I want to argue is that this is going to require us to go beyond our existing models. It's going to certainly require going beyond our existing growth models, but also requires us to go beyond our existing welfare state model towards what I'm going to call a good jobs strategy, one that focuses, instead of transfers and redistribution, much more on creating and increasing the supply of jobs for the middle of the skill distribution. In order to explain a little bit more the kind of changes I have in mind and what that new strategy might imply, I'm going to present a kind of 3x3 matrix, which I find helpful to categorize different kinds of strategies and helps me delineate the differences among them, as well as to emphasize some of the key features of this good jobs development strategy. So first, I want to distinguish between 3 stages of the economy where policy intervenes. And those are the 3 columns in this matrix: pre-production, production, and post-production. Sometimes in discussions of social policy, there's a binary distinction between pre-distribution and redistribution. So that is policies that essentially redistribute after markets have done their jobs, and policies pre-distribution that intervene while markets operate. I actually find it useful to divide the pre-redistribution stage into two stages, one that's sort of pre-production and one that's I call production. The distinction here refers to the following, that by pre-production, I mean policies that affect the endowments, the skills, the networks, and other inputs that individuals bring to the market, to the productive system, before they enter the system, so to speak. So education and health, for example, basic endowments would be part of that. By production, I mean the actual system of production, where employment, investment, innovation, production decisions are being made. And post-production is essentially the stage after the markets have done their jobs, and that's going to be sort of government redistribution. Then there are sort of three rows here that delineate three segments of the economy that we could be primarily concerned with. We could be concerned with the very bottom, that is to say, either the poorest in society or those with the lowest productivity. We can be concerned about the middle, and we could be concerned about the very top. Now, in any economy, we have a variety of policies. In fact, you can fill this matrix with a variety of real-world equivalents. These are what I've put in here are sort of some generic policies. I'm sure you could fill this matrix with the South Korean equivalents. But what I want to focus on by using this matrix are some different models of growth and the welfare state and how they differ from each other. Let me start with the, I think, sort of what's in many ways is in South Korea's past, but that still continues to serve as a model to very many developing countries, is the kind of a traditional industrial and growth policies, which is how South Korea succeeded to get where it is today. And that was essentially a set of trade and industrial policies that essentially focused on the largest, most productive parts of the economy to turn them towards push them towards exports. And there was a range of interventions from pre-production to production to post-production that essentially created new and even more productive firms that became global champions in manufacturing, global export champions. Now, I don't need to spend a lot of time as to why this model is no longer very relevant for South Korea, in large part because South Korea has already been, has succeeded, has reached a certain level of maturity where these traditional industrial and trade policies are not particularly either very effective or very important. But it's important to underscore some of these, in particular, for example, the process of deindustrialization, employment deindustrialization in particular. South Korea is one of these funny cases where you get a very different picture on deindustrialization if you look at output versus employment. In output terms, that is, if you look at value added at constant prices, in fact, the share of manufacturing in South Korea has basically increased over the last few decades. But if you look at the share of employment that is in manufacturing, it's essentially come down by some 10 percentage points in the decade before the global financial crisis and has not really increased much since then. So significant employment deindustrialization. Why is that important? Well, it's important because it means that manufacturing, export-oriented manufacturing, is not creating the kind of good jobs that you need to have an inclusive society. And that's going to lead to one of my key problems, that manufacturing is not going to be the one that's going to be leading this process because it is not labor absorbing anymore. It's actually labor shedding. We can see other elements of the South Korean economy where we have these problems, where this traditional model does not handle very well. There is significant productive dualism, and in fact, growing dualism in the South Korean economy, where the productive gap between levels of labor productivity in manufacturing versus services is not only very large by OECD standards. In fact, it's been increasing. Similarly, the productive gap between large and small firms is very high and also, again, increasing. Again, sort of every which way we cut these dualism, there are adverse developments. And of course, labor market polarization, which I've already mentioned. Now, this has brought about not just a decline in economic growth, but also, of course, is at the root of these kinds of problems of inequality and social polarization. Now, this is, I think, at the root of why the need for a more inclusive, more fully developed social insurance and social protection model has arisen in South Korea, a country that until recently actually had a relatively thin layer or thin veneer of social protection. And there, sort of the traditional welfare state model is of course the one that serves as the first point of reference. Now, if I were to again use my matrix, I would say that the traditional welfare state model focuses essentially on pre-production and post-production columns here. So on the one hand, there is a variety of public investments in education and training. And secondly, significant elements of social insurance and transfers after markets have done their job. And I think those are essentially the two legs of the welfare state model. And those countries where the welfare state is more generous or more extensive are those where the role of the state, both in these fundamental investments in human capital, as well as redistribution, is greater. Now, I think in the kind of context, in this new world that we find ourselves in, particularly with the kind of problems of labor market polarization driven by technology and globalization that we're experiencing, I think there are significant limits to how well this welfare state model can function. Because I think the traditional welfare state model presumes that the good jobs are going to be available to all once you provide for adequate investments in education and health and basic human capabilities. So the focus is on social spending on education, pensions, and then taking care of, through social insurance programs, against those who experience idiosyncratic risks and therefore fall through the cracks. So in other words, these pre and pro-production policies in terms of the matrix above. But as I've intimated, I think the problems of economic inequality, insecurity, and polarization today are much more of a structural problem, and that the shortage of good or middle-class jobs is driven by secular trends that I've mentioned, such as technological changes, deindustrialization, and globalization. And when these trends essentially hollow out the middle of the employment distribution, then we have these structural problems that exhibit themselves in the form of permanent bad jobs and depressed regional labor markets. And therefore, we're going to need a different strategy that tackles good job creation directly. And so the traditional welfare state policies are going to remain inadequate and address at best the symptoms of the problem, not the root causes. So we need an approach that's going to be much more directly linked to structure of production, that is targeting the structure of production, the supply of good jobs, rather than either sort of pre-production investments in human capabilities or post-production tax and transfer policies. So this model, which I call the good jobs model, is one that essentially focuses on this sort of middle cell of this matrix that are sort of focused on the production system, try to influence employment, production, production, investment, innovation decisions, but targeting essentially the middle of the economy, middle of the skill distribution, the middle of the income distribution, the middle productivity segment of the economy. So these good jobs policies are required because it is generally not enough to ensure that it's not enough to have things like minimum wage policies or labor standards or other kinds of labor market regulations. Now, those things are important, but unless you create productive jobs, then there's going to be always an inherent trade-off between better work conditions and employment levels. So if I can give an example of France, which is a country that faces this kind of trade-off very explicitly. France has very high levels of minimum wages, so it sort of has managed to some extent, in fact, to a significant extent, to alleviate wage inequality among those who work, but at the cost of creating significant unemployment at the very low end of the skill distribution and for the young school leavers. The only way you can alleviate this trade-off, that high wages and good work requirements do not create employment for certain segments, particularly those who are just entering the labor market, is to ensure that you can actually raise the level of productivity of those jobs that are going to be commensurate with working conditions and living standards that you're aspiring to. So good jobs, therefore, ultimately are possible only with wider dissemination of new technologies and innovation, which is what underpins, of course, productivity, which is another way of saying that is that good jobs are going to require good firms. So these good jobs policies will therefore contain both policies that target training and labor market interventions, but are also going to have an element of industrial policy in the sense that they're also going to be targeting firms and enhancing the capability of those firms, because ultimately jobs are created by firms and only productive firms can create good jobs. The issue from a narrow economic standpoint is that in general, firms and employers do not internalize the social consequences of their employment decisions, or in this case, the disappearance of good jobs, either nationally or regionally. And their choice of technologies or their investment decisions can be driven by considerations that significantly underweight from the perspective of the nation as a whole, the desirability of creating, of experiencing both more productivity and more employment, that is creating good jobs rather than simply adopting technologies that might be so-so or automation technologies, for example, that might enhance profits but at the expense of employment. So ultimately, then, these good jobs policies rest on a kind of a quid pro quo between state or state agencies and firms, that the state engages in the provision of a set of public inputs and services for productivity in exchange for firms undertaking commitments, soft commitments, or perhaps even hard commitments to expand good jobs. So that's fairly abstract and general. So what are those things going to look like in general? So I want to, in the time that I have, just say a few words about sort of four elements of these good jobs policies. Active labor market policies linked to employers, a variety of industrial or regional policies that target good jobs. Third, innovation policies that are directed towards labor-friendly technologies, and then sort of international policies that essentially shield those three sets of policies from the excesses of international competition and might in fact undermine the efficacy of those three sets of policies. So these sets of good jobs policies, which I'll say a little bit more in a second, they're connected both by a common objective, which is that of increasing the supply of good jobs, but they're also connected by a, they're also if I'm stopping, it's because occasionally I'm hearing an echo of my voice, but then I realize it needs to be and not somebody else stopping me to ask a question. Let me go on, even though the echo continues. So these policies are connected both by their objective of increasing the supply of good jobs, but they're also connected by a kind of a new form of regulation, a new form of governance that is much less top-down, much more collaborative, iterative, and experimental, that is allowing for a lot of iteration, revision, and reconsideration. So let me say a few words about each one of these. First, with respect to active labor market policies, this is already a bit of, there's also already a direction in which labor market policies are moving, but it's, we have a fair bit of evidence, particularly from the United States, that the best kind of active labor market policies or training policies are those that are very tightly linked to employers. That is, that they train workers for very specific skills that employers actually demand. That means that the best kind of training programs have essentially a kind of a dual customer approach. They take as their customer not just the trainee or the workers, but also the firms. So they're equally connected to the firms and the workers. And the second element that has sort of makes them a success, and in this slide there are important sort of example of this in the United States, which have been all evaluated and have shown to be work. The second element is that these successful training programs provide so-called wraparound services. That is to say, rather than providing very set kind of training, they actively engage with the trainees to figure out what their needs are, or with the firms to figure out what their needs are. And then they can customize the services they're providing, everything from very specific things such as childcare services or transportation services for workers who cannot get to the job, or advice on human resources practices to individual firms to make it easier for them to actually hire workers that are locally available. So much more engaged with businesses and much more customized set of services that building on local knowledge. The second element is a kind of a revision of existing business incentives or existing industrial policies, which for the most part today rely on tax incentives or open-ended subsidies. And these are not a very effective way for creating jobs. And instead of these open-ended subsidies or tax incentives, we need to move to a system where government agencies are engaged in providing a sort of customized public inputs or services by learning what the needs of the firms are and responding accordingly to those needs, with in exchange expecting soft conditionality on creation of good job on the part of the recipients of these services. Along with that, I think there is a kind of a need for these kinds of policies, even though sort of I've called them industrial services, I think it's industrial policies. It's important to underscore that they're going to be less and less about manufacturing industries and large export-oriented firms, but more and more in services, and we'll have to reach small and medium-sized enterprises because those are the areas where employment is going to be created, not in the large export-oriented manufacturing firms, as I have discussed. So we need a change in direction, both in terms of what type of firms these business incentive programs target, as well as a change in approach away from subsidies and tax incentives to the provision of customized inputs, whether that might be specific training, it might be greenfield facilities, it might be help with particular regulations, it might be help with business marketing plans or business plans or with technology acquisition. Third, in some sense, the area that is, perhaps the hardest, because it's the area where we've done the least amount of thinking, is that we need to reimagine innovation policies and understand that what I have so far taken as essentially a secular trend might be to some extent under our control. That I mentioned automation, new digital technologies, skill bias technologies that have had adverse effects on particular segments of the labor force. Technology is actually something that we have a certain degree of control over, just like governments invest in military technologies and they're increasingly investing in green technologies. They have the capability to invest in more labor-friendly technologies or to influence the direction in which technological change goes in. And here I think we need to change the standard narrative that we use when we're discussing the relationship between technological change and its impact on work or on the workforce. The standard narrative essentially says, well, technology is rapidly changing the kinds of skills needed on the job, and therefore workers need to adjust through increased education and continuous training. Something like this you can read on virtually on every OECD report or other report on technology and work. But the problem with this is that just treats technology innovation as exogenous force, whereas in fact technology responds to the incentives that are already embedded. For example, that we tax workers' employment while we subsidize capital. So we are directly incentivizing automation and labor saving or labor replacing technologies. The direction of innovation depends on the norms that innovators in Silicon Valley or government R&D institutes essentially have internalized and with respect to the kinds of innovation that we push. And also the direction of technology responds to the relative power of employers versus workers. That when workers have more of a say in the workplace, the kind of technology that is adopted in the workplace will necessarily be different, and perhaps we get less the kind of digital technologies that are devoted to surveillance and monitoring and measuring what the workers are doing, and get a little bit more of technology that actually helps them develop their agency and their autonomy and their skills. So I think this is an area that is largely sort of open for a lot more consideration and thought. But I think in this, when we think about sort of the requirements of technology, the requirements that technology places on skills and the skills that our current labor force has, we should not expect that all the adjustment has to take place on the part of our workers, that at least some of the adjustment might take place on sort of technology's ability to move in a direction that actually complements existing skills rather than replace them. Finally, as I said, I think if governments are doing their domestic agenda, if there is such a domestic agenda, then I think it's going to be important to ensure that such domestic efforts are not undercut through hyperglobalization and through international competition that can essentially arbitrage away some of these labor market arrangements through competition with lower labor standard countries. Here I've identified two kinds of things that might be important. One is, of course, there's a need to shift the tax base away from capital. Over the last few decades, the tax base has moved from capital to labor. Capital has been taxed less and less, while labor has been taxed more and more. And I think, of course, this new discussion on the global minimum tax is part of this needed realignment on moving back towards a sort of fairer taxation of capital. I would add that I think our international trade regime also needs to consider social dumping and remedies against social dumping as part of the trade tools that countries have. Just like firms may need to have remedies to ensure trade is fair, workers need remedies to ensure that hard-earned domestic rights are not undermined through the back door, through international trade arbitrage or outsourcing from countries where labor rights, for example, are being repressed. Let me end with this final slide, just by highlighting some of the key advantages of this kind of approach I've proposed. First, that it's explicitly structuralist, that it is targeting the inequality, insecurity, and precarity of work in the places in the economy where those problems are actually created. So it directly aims to reshape production, innovation, employment incentives where they exist, rather than taking them as given and trying to redistribute after the fact. I think it sort of breaks through the kind of institutional fetishism that characterizes so much of our discussion as to between markets and states and the appropriate balance between the two. And I think kind of collaborative, iterative rulemaking under conditions of extreme multidimensional uncertainty, which applies to all these domains, calls for a very different model of regulation and governance that involves broad-based cooperation between government, the private sector, as well as civil society organizations. Third, and I think very importantly, when you start thinking about the strategy, is essentially it's one that combines a kind of a social agenda with a growth agenda. So it merges the equality and the inclusion agenda with the economic growth agendas. Because on the one hand, as I've implied, growth in today's economies is really possible only through the dissemination of the more productive methods that exist in the more advanced parts of the economy through the rest of the economy. So this is only possible by expanding the winner's circle by expanding the number of good jobs. And of course, conversely, inequality and inclusion, I think, are best targeted by giving people better jobs and by increasing their earning capabilities. And finally, even though ultimately such agenda could evolve into a kind of a model of an economy that's very different from what we have currently, it does not actually require a radical or revolutionary change in our existing arrangements. So it admits gradualist incremental reforms from the arrangements that we already have. So in that way, it offers a feasible path from what we have, rather than a kind of a blank slate reform or a radical kind of an approach. So let me stop here. I look forward to the discussion that we might have after this. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your excellent and brilliant presentation, Professor Roderick. The data and infographics in your presentation gave us a very clear picture of where we are as a society. Thank you also for introducing the interesting and very promising good jobs policy model to the Korean audience. Without further ado, next, let's proceed with the discussion. And please allow me to invite the moderator and the discussants up to the stage. And as they make their ways to the stage, let me briefly introduce today's moderator and panelists. The discussion will be moderated by Mr. Jin Lee, Chairman of the National Economic Advisory Council, and Professor Young Lee of Hanyang University, and Professor Junbyung Oh of Inha University will participate as a discussants. So it seems that the stage is set. Vice Chairman Lee, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I hope then Rodri, you stay. Okay, so I'm glad that we have your excellent presentation. So I tend to agree almost 100% of what you said, but we'll still have some discussion based on two determined discussion. Okay, so we'll have around about 25 minutes for discussion. We'll have a first two discussion, then we'll have a chance to listen from your responses. Then we'll open for free discussion from floor, also the online question. Okay, so first I'll give floor to Professor Lee Young for give a comment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Young Lee from Hanyang University. First of all, I'm very honored to make a comments on very insightful paper for a very important topic, that is the direction of capitalism, by the most distinguished professor in this area. I learned a lot from reading it, and can you put my slide? Oh, yeah, okay. All right, so I want to be very quick because I don't have enough time. So this is a quick summary of his presentation. So fix capitalism by moving toward a good job policy, and suggest four big areas where we can make an improvement. And also about the globalization, he have some reservation. Okay, so we would rather have a thin but more sustainable some globalization, and which allow this new policy can work domestically. Okay, and general comment, I strongly agree with the diagnosis and the direction of some recommended policy. But I'm very traditionally trained economist, so I make some comment from the perspective of traditional economics. So make a comment worrying about some behavioral change, some market response, and their efficiency cost. And because of that, I still prefer to have a gradual approach with a proven policy. But I will give some Korean example where what Professor Roderick suggests worked quite well. Okay, so traditional some economists approach to this optimal policy, looking at some social welfare function, constraint, and the policy. And social welfare function, we can incorporate employment. And actually, I think employment become most important issue recently. So we can add employment to some typical Musgrave 3 objective of government. So we can put that there. And we can categorize the government policy into 6 groups. Here, I put public ownership, strongest some intervention, and the regulation on quantity, usually it means a public provision of social services. And the regulation on price, and I add the transaction stage. So maybe we can separate production and the transaction so that we can more clearly categorize the policy. So transaction, some regulation on transaction like competition policy and the active labor market policy, right? And some regulation on income. What I mean by this regulation on income is some traditional, some public fiscal policy like tax and expenditure. And finally, I put some defining property right. And of course, we have a constraint, some behavioral change, new market equilibrium, and some government budget constraint. And I think, I still think Nordic model, which will be discussed in later session. I found some interesting paper there. But I still think Nordic model is quite doing well, not only in terms of some inequality, but in terms of employment. And the characteristics of a Nordic model is a progressive income tax and the high value-added tax and the social insurance, and I think a key characteristic is a social service and active labor market policy. And some proven good policy include this active labor market policy. As Professor Roderick suggests, we can link this active labor market policy more closely to the some employer, some firms. And the second one, I think this is a kind of a key area. I think the key factor and where Korea is now working quite hard, that is social service, some general public provision of social service. So education, training, health, housing, child care, care for the old, and I even add some culture and sport activities there. And I also agree some high unionization can be helpful in terms of some social integrity and also in terms of income inequality. But I think I put one reservation, that is the relationship between workers and the employer should be some cooperative, not hostile one. And I also add the progressive income tax. And sometimes people are different about the meaning of progressivity. Having just simply high rate, I don't think that is the right way. I think the better way is what Nordic countries have. So it's the highest rate come in quite early. So just double some average wage, then you face the highest rate. So something like that. And finally, I suggest education. And also Professor Roderick emphasized education, but I emphasize the way we intervene education should be individual-based, not institution-based, because we can have a more, some stronger consideration about the inequality and the mobility by doing that. So I even put this metrics and so objective and the tools, and we can characterize these tools about the stage and the efficiency cost, and we can even put all the policies that into this metrics. So I did some exercise, And by doing that, I learned a lot. And okay, so move on to some Korean context and some specific comment. The first one is there's some good example by Korea about some regional industrial policy for good job. And that is Gwangju Global Motor, and which recently successfully launched a new car model, and that is well received by the market. And basically, that is a social contract for low wage, high employment, subsidized by the local government about the social service, like housing, culture, welfare, care. Okay, so this one benchmark this Auto 500 by Volkswagen. So I have some hope on this GGM, and that is more about the relationship between firm and workers, labor. And they are quite young workers, and I believe we are building up some new models for them. And the second example is a little bit unsuccessful Korean policy, that is rapid increase in minimum wage. And rapid increase in 2018 and 2019, which led to more adoption of social technology, that is a kiosk, like a kiosk. And also we have some lower employment because of some quite specific conditions of Korean economy. That is, we have lots of self-employed. So the outcome is not so successful. That is my reading of this policy. And about the education, just putting more money to higher education does not guarantee better income distribution and better employment. And in the literature, there is a term called tertiary tilt. And the tertiary tilt usually looking at the South America countries, where at the early stage of economic development, they put large amount into universities. But that doesn't work. And that is not in line with the development stage, and that more subject to rent-seeking behavior by the person with some powers. So I would rather go to, at the early stage, go to primary and secondary education. Korea did that. And at the later stage, put the money to the individual-based scholarship and student loan for university student and college student. I think that would be a better one. And about the, just 2 more minutes, about the role of some link between firm and the workers. Maybe university can work as a middleman. So they can just put these workers and the firms together in terms of pedagogy. So we have some problem-based learning, which more closely linked to firm. So we invite some firm managers, and we put some students to the firm, and so on. So we do that. And another one is we can have some contract with some firm and provide some 1 full year, some course or something. Okay, so curriculum can be different. And also we can use university as a global hub for global hub and R&D. And some comments, 3 more comments. Innovation policy direct to labor-friendly technology might not be easy to implement because they might be inconsistent with cost minimization. So maybe instead of providing subsidy to this technology, maybe provide a subsidy to the demand for goods which require more labor. And that is consistent with some current technologies. The example I gave here is education health. So we can put AI-augmented education, AI-augmented health, which require more workers and consistent with new technology. And so maybe that is a better one. and strongly agree with the progressive tax. And finally, international policy about the social anti-dumping might be abused by the developed country, blocking some export from developing countries. So we should be careful and have preventive measures to prevent this kind of abuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Young Lee, for providing us so many useful policy ideas. And from Korean context, we have so many policy manuals. Okay. Now let's turn to my left to Professor Oh Junbyung to give a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lee. This is great honor to be here to be a lead discussant for the Professor Roderick. And I really enjoyed to read the slides for this conference. And but you know, there is a famous maxim that you have to sell first if you have to. Because I'm a second discussant, I realized that my many comments are overlapped with Professor Young Lee, which means that comment was very good. So I would like to focus on my comment directly, skipping the summary of the presentations. But I would like to emphasize that Professor Roderick provided a very beautiful and simple 3x3 matrix for the policy orientations and focus on the middle class, the production stage policy targeting. And the main idea of Professor Roderick, if I understood correctly, he emphasized that government needed to intervene in the market more directly with more flexible collaboration with the private sectors. For instance, public sector needed to provide some public provision for the input factors, and the private sector needed to commit, needed to give us some commitment for the good job creation or to be good firms. In general, I believe that this is very right way to move on for our government. And I strongly agree that the general policy suggestions that Professor Roderick recommended. But in terms of innovation, I mean, for the sake of innovation, I'm a little bit wonder if this policy's recommendation is easy to implement, or even wonder this kind of policy may hurt the industrial efficiencies. The reason why I'm thinking that is there are a couple of reasons. The first one is, in general, in the industry, the good job or good firm is rare. So even by definition of good job, means that good job needed to provide long-term and stable and well-paid jobs, some kind of high wages. But even though good firm, when they need more investment for the capital or knowledge-based innovations, it could be a burden to hire some high-quality workers when they don't need much. So if government provides some public provisions and ask them to hire or expand good job positions, it might cause some kind of different time windows. Because usually when firm provides this public service or some capital-intensive subsidies, it usually has a short-term or mid-term subsidies. But when a firm commit the good jobs or some hiring with better wages, it takes a long time. So it's kind of a long-term commitment. So if a firm don't believe government much, when their subsidy is not prolonged longer, they are not going to follow the government suggestions. So that kind of problem, different time window might make fail the government's policy instrument. One of the most representative example is Korean R&D paradox. Korea is very famous for spending huge amount of money in the R&D areas, but the productivity of Korean R&D is somewhat lower. The reason is this kind of R&D subsidies usually performed by the top-down process, and they don't need much about the firms' demand-driven innovation strategies. So there is a gap between the market and the public sectors. So if public does not take account this demand-driven or market-driven demands, then I think this policy, even though the intention was very good, it could be failed. The second reason why I wonder this kind of recommendation may hurt the market efficiency is, for the innovation's sake, the innovation strategy of the firm should be demand-driven or market-driven. They want to develop their new technologies depending on the market demands. So if government emphasize or intervene these labor-friendly technologies, even though they are considering some market demand, sometimes this can distort the firm R&D decisions. And we have to keep in mind that Korean economy is a very open and export-driven economies. So the global competitiveness is very important. And when the firms follow the government's guidance, like labor-friendly technologies, then might hurt in the long term the global competitiveness. So when public sector collaborate with the firm, it should be very careful when government gives some labor-friendly guide. One of the best examples is the robotics in the manufacturing sector. Many manufacturing companies try to introduce some automations, but this kind of automation substantially decrease the labor demand. In this case, if government emphasize labor-friendly some infrastructures, then maybe manufacturing sector may lose some global competitiveness. So what I'm thinking is we need to be a little bit cautious about intervening this market under the name of the labor-friendly collaborations. But we have to give some more freedom to the firms for the innovation area. But we have to share the fruit of these innovations. For instance, I think that is the philosophical controversies about the robotics in the manufacturing sectors. But I think it is very important to provide some customized job training for higher educations. And as Professor Young Lee already mentioned, it should be very individual level support. I'm not going to talk about this one more because Professor Young Lee already explained that. But I would like to suggest that we have to introduce some matching system when the public sector supports this kind of job trainings. Because in this market, the most important concern is asymmetric information among the players. So I think as the policy that we introduce in the small medium enterprise innovation subsidy, it's much better to introduce the matching system and ask to the labor or the workers to give some commitment, and we can match some public fund to provide customized and market-driven job trainings. So overall, I think I'm going to skip this part, but simply I would like to mention that many people say that the welfare state policy is, very expensive, socially very expensive, and need high money. But I think when Professor Roderick focused on the middle class production level innovation or economic policy, I think we have to make some relationship between these welfare state policies. 10 years ago, the social investment state theory has been overwhelmed in this social welfare area. And I think later on this conference, maybe some presenter will discuss about this. But I think still Korea has a very low level of public spending on the public welfare expenditures. We only has a number, the 60% of OECD averages. So I think we needed to invest more on this public spending. So my basic idea is it's much better for me. I think it could be better to give the economic freedom to the public sector, which is very digitalized and the capital knowledge-based economies, which is called, as the Professor Roderick said, this is a structural problems. So this welfare policy should be a market-driven or demand-driven and needed to be collaborate with these welfare state models. I'm going to finish here. Thank you very much for the listening.
Thank you, Professor Oh. I guess he talked about many issues in terms of difficulty in implementing policy ideas. That's where challenges are in every country. In other words, devils are in the details, and that's the issues. So we are running out of time, but I think we can use some extra time because of lunch hours, I guess. So Professor Roderick, many things on table, but you can pick up whatever point you like to respond. Yeah, you don't have to do all those details of the point. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Many thanks to my two discussants. I was hoping that they would bring all the caveats and the cautions, so I could be bold in my own presentation, and I think they've done their job very well. And I do appreciate all the important South Korean examples that they brought up. I can't pick up on every issue that they've raised. Let me maybe just make a couple of points. One, with respect to the skepticism on whether it's possible to redirect innovation in a neighbor-friendly direction. There's a question of feasibility, and there's also a question of whether it might backfire in the sense that it might lead to loss of competitiveness or less productivity. Now, I think on the question of feasibility, there is a range that already within our experience that shows that things are possible. In fact, some of the most interesting things is in line with what Professor Young Lee mentioned, digital tools to expand customization and personalization in the delivery of education and health services. Now, we know, we have a sense how that could be done, that teachers, for example, could be provided with digital tools that could help them gauge how students are learning in a real-time basis, provide them with continuous feedback, and given that different kinds of students have different learning styles, enable them to provide much more customized education that's much more effective. Now, that in principle would be something that would actually increase the demand for teachers, and we know that education and similar customized health services that nurse practitioners can do that previously only physicians could do, but giving them the digital tools that would enable them to perform more advanced health services or medical services. These are all things that could be done, but I think we need to put our minds to supply those digital tools that we need to. That's partly what we mean by redirecting innovation, is that putting a lot of emphasis on investing on that kind of technology. Similarly, we know that in manufacturing that already many car firms have moved away from, sort of heavy-duty robots and automation to much smaller scale robots that work together with humans so that they can actually provide much more sort of customized production of cars and are not necessarily so displacing of workers. The point is that, and I'm now moving into the question of the efficiency of doing so, whether there would be some productive loss to moving the technology in that direction. My answer would be no, because partly it's a matter of reversing biases that already exist in the system. So if you look at simply price incentives, the existing tax regimes disproportionately is subsidizing automation and capital and machinery at the expense of labor. So that's already inefficient in terms of the price incentives that we're providing innovators with. The norms that innovators themselves have also are very biased. I mean, the story of Elon Musk, when he first started out producing Tesla Model 3, his dream was that it was all going to be fully automated factory, without any workers. Spare input would come in, through one part of the factory, finished car would come out the rest. Everything would be machines and robots. In fact, it would be dangerous for workers to be inside the factory, giving those heavy machinery. It was a total flop. It didn't work, and it turned out that he had to, create another factory with real human workers. It's not like the private sector actually, or the innovators always have the same the right ideas about what's even sort of privately profitable. So I think there are a lot of sort of norms around Silicon Valley or the innovators that might sort of excessively emphasize labor replacing technologies, and it wouldn't. And third, I would say, look, it's not as if we have this, the Korean paradox is not just Korean paradox. I mean, it's a global paradox that TFP is very low despite all this investment in innovation and technology. So it's not like we necessarily are going to be sacrificing TFP by changing the direction of technology. So, it's not like, our existing path is buying a lot of TFP. So this is all on the question of this sort of, where I agree is the most challenging part of what I've talked about, just thinking about technology and innovation as something that we have, in fact, could have much greater control of in direction of helping workers. Just one word on just the trade system and the anti-social dumping, because this is, again, the natural caution here is to say that this is going to be protectionist and might harm exports from developing countries. My debating point response to this is simply to say, look, so many truly protectionist things in the existing WTO. The existing anti-dumping regime is a protectionist tool par excellence. And if that has not killed imports from developing countries and hyperglobalization, the kind of system that I've advocated in my writings about a social anti-dumping scheme with all kinds of safeguards against pure protectionist abuse, I don't think that's going to kill globalization either. And I think has the upside that it might increase the legitimacy of the international trade regime, which is really is suffering. That is at a really low at this point. So the risk is more that we sort of sacrifice the legitimacy of the international trade regime, and then we have more and more protectionist backlash if we don't actually make the trade regime appear and act in a way that's sort of more fair to ordinary working people everywhere, including in the advanced countries. So let me stop here and thank you, and I hope that you have a good and productive discussion in the rest of the event.
Thank you. I think the term labor technology is an important concept we can explore together with the term labor augmenting technology, because in Korea and Japan, we are facing rapid aging. That means people are getting older or labor in short supply. So we have to protect labels. We cannot replace labels anymore. We have to keep them and work together with the technology. So it's important concept we can explore further. Running out of time, I don't know. I have to at least entertain one question from the online question, but I don't know whether you have time, Professor Roderick. Maybe we have to skip and finish at this moment because we cannot take too much time over him. Okay? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for.
Thank you once again for your wonderful moderation and also great contribution to the discussion. Labor-friendly technology, what a great term that we encountered during the discussion. So from now on, we're going to have a short break for about 10 minutes. And during the break, we're going to hold a special event for our online participants. If you screenshot your monitor with our program on the screen and then post the screenshot with some comments on KDI's Facebook event page, we'll send a souvenir to a few selected participants. You can win a very special gift that we have prepared. So I would like to ask for your active support and participation. Please enjoy your break and I'll see you again. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the short break. Now let's begin the keynote session. And the title of the keynote session is Policy Framework for a Better Society. The first speaker is Professor Lane Kenworthy of the University of San Diego, and he'll deliver a presentation on social demographic capitalism and the good society. He came all the way from the United States to Korea to grace this occasion. Please allow me to invite him over to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a warm and welcoming round of applause.
Okay, well, thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me and for putting on this conference. I've already learned a good bit, and assume that I'll learn a good bit more, and I hope it's helpful to the rest of you. So I feel a little slightly awkward coming after Danny Roderick's talk, because I'm here to actually offer a defense or celebration of what some might call the traditional welfare state. But it's not really the traditional welfare state, at least in some conceptions. At least it's not the welfare state of the leading countries of 50 years ago or 40 years ago, but rather of today. So this is based, and much of what I say is further documented and explored in a recent book of mine called Social Democratic Capitalism. I also want to lead by emphasizing that I don't want you to get too hung up on this title or label. As I'll explain, what I think is important is a set of policies and institutions. I like the term social democratic capitalism only because historically it was social democratic parties that mostly have been responsible for putting in place the policies and institutions that comprise the model, especially in the Nordic countries, although not only in the Nordic countries. But if you don't like that label, don't worry about it. You could just as well call this growth, jobs, welfare capitalism, or virtuous cycle capitalism, or golden triangle capitalism, or flex security capitalism, or whatever you want. Doesn't really matter. So, okay, let's see. I've already managed to not figure out how to go to the next slide. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I start with John Rawls. There are lots of things that we might want in a good society, lots of outcomes, lots of aims, goals. I don't think there's one right answer about which, if any, we should prioritize. But I'm what I think of as kind of a soft Rawlsian, in the sense that if I were forced to choose a couple of outcomes, a couple of goals to prioritize, I would more or less follow what Rawls came up with in a theory of society, published now half a century ago, which is to say basic liberties, both personal and political, the best possible living standards for the least well-off in society, and equality of opportunity. I would add, and I think if Rawls were writing today, he would almost certainly add income security as well. We know a lot more about income security and how much humans value it today than we did 50 years ago. And so you can see, for example, in changes in subjective well-being, when someone gets a job or gets an income increase or marries or has something else good happen in their life, their happiness, their life satisfaction tends to go up. But if the reverse happens, it tends to go down more than it goes up. If you lose a job, if your income declines, if your marriage breaks up, your subjective well-being goes down a lot. So we clearly value security. You can also see it if you look at the amount of insurance that people or countries buy as they're richer. You can compare across people or countries at a point in time or over time within country, or watch people over their lives. As their income goes up, they buy more insurance. So I would add here to Rawls's three other criteria, income security. What I call social democratic capitalism, I think, has 6 core features. 3 of them are pretty common among the world's rich, long-standing democratic nations: political democracy, capitalism, and good elementary, secondary schooling. The other 3 are what I think the countries that are furthest along toward social democratic capitalism apart. So that's a big welfare state, a big safety net, expansive, generous public insurance, as I say here on this list. Secondly, a set of government-provided services that are very much intended to make it easier for people to be in paying jobs. So they're employment-oriented or employment-conducive services, things like early education. I think I left out elder care here, but that's just as important. Affordable college, retraining, placement assistance. These are parts of what are often referred to, and in the previous presentation were referred to as active labor market policy. Nowadays, there's more individualized monitoring and support than there was in the past, and lifelong learning. And then the sixth feature is moderate as opposed to very strict regulation of product and labor markets. So one way to think about, and historically a number of countries have used this to think about protecting people's access to jobs, access to employment, is to make it hard to fire them, or to set a very extensive array of regulations and criteria before someone can start up a business. That's not the worst thing in the world, but it turns out that we now know from experience that if you go too far in this respect, you're likely to get less employment. So moderate rather than strict regulation, or rather than stringent regulations. Okay, let me skip over that. What I conclude based on looking across and within the world's rich, long-standing democratic countries, about 20 or so of them that I'm going to focus on here, is that this set of policies and institutions seems to be conducive to what I call expanded Rawlsian outcomes, the four that were on the slide a moment ago. So let me just show you the evidence. Ideally, what we would have is with measures and very large countries, so that we could both compare within and across and get something close to a quasi-experimental design, but we simply don't have the data for this. I can tell you more about that if you want. So I'm going to show you some very simple, mostly cross-sectional patterns looking at these countries and a little bit over time evidence. So I create using a couple of indicators of welfare state generosity and expansiveness, and an indicator of these employment-oriented or employment-conducive services, and an indicator of product and labor market regulations, an index I call a social democratic capitalism index. So that's shown along the horizontal axis in this graph here. The Nordic countries, as you can see, are over to the right, followed by some continental European countries that have big welfare states but don't do as much on the services. So countries like France, Belgium, Austria, Netherlands, Germany, and then some of the English-speaking nations in the middle, along with Switzerland, and then over to the left, some of the southern European countries, Spain, Italy, Portugal, and South Korea. Japan is a little bit more in the middle. On the vertical axis in this chart is the average employment rate over a recent period of years. And so you can see that at least if we can think of this social democratic capitalism index as indicating something useful, something meaningful here, that these countries tend to do a bit better on employment, significantly better when you compare all the way across the spectrum. That's exactly one of the things that this configuration or bundle of policies and institutions is trying to achieve. What about the standards for the least well-off in society? Well, there are different ways to measure this. We can look at a material hardship or deprivation index. We can look at relative poverty, which is a very common way to do it for international organizations and comparative researchers. I think probably the best indicator here, certainly the one closest to what Rawls intended, is an indicator of absolute well-being. And here, because we don't have great data for other measures like hardship and deprivation, I use an income-based measure here. So this is income at the 10th percentile of the income distribution. And you can see, once again, quite a strong relationship between these two things. We now have some decent measures of income security at the country level. A fairly common way to measure income security, or in this case, insecurity, is to look at changes in household incomes from one year to the next. And this measure says what share of households in the country experienced a 25% or more income decline from one year to the next. Looks over a two-year periods across several decades. But what we're looking at here is income changes over a single year. A big part of what welfare states were originally and still are designed to do is precisely to provide this kind of security. So if someone in the household loses a job or has to take time off of work to have a child, or becomes disabled, or there are all kinds of risks that we face in society, well, the welfare state kicks in. And so you'd expect to see that in a country with a robust welfare state, there would be less of this severe income decline. 25%, by the way, is an arbitrary number, but it's fairly commonly used now. We also would expect that in countries with a higher employment rate, there would be fewer large income declines from year to year, because it makes it easier if someone, again, loses a job, their business goes under, they get laid off, they get injured or bad health or whatever, that a second person in the household can step in and get a job, be moved from a part-time job to full-time, increase hours, what have you. So we have very, very strong correlation here across the countries between this social democratic capitalism index, which again is designed to capture a big welfare state and policies that lead to employment. So we see a strong association between these things and lesser incidence of a large income decline. Measuring equality of opportunity, another one of the Rawlsian goals, is not easy. The most common measure that we'll see nowadays is a measure of relative intergenerational or between generation income mobility. So here we're looking at what your position is in the income distribution when you're ideally when you're in the sort of prime of your working age, although for data reasons you'll often see this measured around age 30 or so, pretty early in the working career. But anyway, what position you're at in the income distribution compared to your parents' position in the income distribution. And kids end up in very different positions from their parents. We recognize that as a fair amount of flux in the society, and we assume or infer from that that there's a lot of equality of opportunity. It's relatively easy to escape your class background, as it were. So that's a pretty good measure, but unfortunately we don't have great data that are perfectly comparable across very many of the countries. So I use here, if you look at those data, they show a fairly strong correlation with the Social Democratic Capitalism Index. Here, though, I'm using an alternative measure which gets at something closer to a capabilities way of thinking about equality of opportunity. This comes from, the measure here comes from responses to a Gallup World Poll question that's been asked pretty regularly for about the last 15 years. Are you satisfied or dissatisfied with your freedom to choose what to do with your life? And so this is just the share of people who say, yes, I'm satisfied. And once again, we see a fairly strong correlation. And then lastly, although this is not one of the Rawlsian outcomes or aims, I'm just going to throw it in here because a lot of people are interested in it these days. This is a subjective well-being measure. It's life satisfaction, once again, coming from the Gallup World Poll, so covering about 15 years. And it's just an average score on a scale of 0 to 10. Once again, you see a strong correlation with the degree to which a country has implemented or utilizes social democratic capitalism. Okay, so some evidence that maybe this bundle of policies and institutions yields good outcomes in modern, rich, long-standing democratic nations. One valuable question to ask, I think, is whether this is an interdependent configuration, or what some academics like to call, using a German word, Gestalt. So the question here is, if a big welfare state and employment are the two things, the two core features of this system, do you need to have both in order to get the good results? That is, say, could you have high employment and a kind of moderately sized welfare state, or could you have a big welfare state and kind of moderate employment? Would you still get good outcomes, or do you have to be very, very high on both of those things? And although I'm not going to show you any evidence here, there's more in the book, and I'm happy to talk about it. My conclusion is that no, there's no real evidence here. You can get better outcomes just by raising your employment rate. You can get better outcomes by enhancing the coverage or the scope or the generosity of your welfare state. You get the best outcomes if you're high on both, but you don't need to. This is not a qualitative or categorical difference. It's not have all of the features at a very high level of this configuration, or else you don't get any good outcomes. You can move toward this and improve your outcomes. Another important question has to do with trade-offs. This is, of course, relevant, and this has been at the forefront, I think, of debates about economic systems and configurations and policies and institutions for 100 years, but especially during this last 50 years or so when this bundle of policies and institutions that I'm calling social democratic capitalism came into being initially in the Nordic countries and other countries, as I'll show you, have been moving in this direction. So the question is, do you get these, what I call expanded Rawlsian outcomes, only by sacrificing other things? At the heart of the debate here have been concerns about freedom and economic growth, but there are lots and lots of others. There are many, as I said earlier, many outcomes that we want in a good society, and so we need to ask whether there are sacrifices that have to be made. My conclusion is no, and so in one chapter in the book, I try to walk through the evidence as best I can on as many of these outcomes that I showed on the previous slide here as I can. There are multiple indicators for some of them, so I'll just show you two examples here. Innovation is certainly important for economic growth. Not an easy thing to measure. Academics often will use things like patent filings as measures. When you're comparing across countries, I don't think that's a very good choice. We don't have a perfect measure of innovation at the national level, so I use a couple of rankings that are pretty prominent in the literature from things like the World Economic Forum, and I just use two here and average them together to get an innovation rank. So higher on the vertical axis here means you score higher on these rankings. And if anything, it looks like the data are suggesting that the more you pursue this bundle of policies and institutions called I'm calling social democratic capitalism, maybe even the more innovation you get. But certainly there's no indication of a trade-off here of social democratic capitalist countries getting less innovation. And here's a little bit of evidence pertaining to economic growth. Economic growth is one outcome or indicator for which we do have very long time series of evidence. These are data just for one country, Denmark. They go back to the late 1800s. On the left, a sort of crude but not too bad measure of the scope and generosity of the welfare state. That's public social expenditures as a share of GDP. And you can see that Denmark goes from effectively zero a century and a half ago to about 30% of GDP today. On the right is the logarithm of GDP per capita. And so here, if this were growing at a constant rate, then the actual data points would more or less approximate a straight line. And that's exactly what we see. So log of GDP per capita in Denmark, going back to, I think this is 1880 on the chart, more or less moves up at a constant pace. You can see it drops during the Great Depression, 1930s, and then again in 2008. I think I only have it up to about 2012 or something like that here. But the point is simply that it looks like a straight line. So you get this long period of time where the country's going from no welfare state to, by today's standards, a very, very large welfare state, and you don't see any tendency at all for a reduction in the long-run rate of economic growth. This is true for virtually every one of the rich democratic countries. There are a set of them for which the pattern of economic growth is better approximated by two lines, one that goes up to 1945 at the end of World War II, and then another that begins at 1945. About half of the countries are a straight line throughout, like Denmark, and another half are like Korea, approximated by two lines. There's no indication that the size or level of generosity of the welfare state has anything to do with long-term economic growth, at least in terms of hurting it. Another worry or concern that's sometimes expressed about the utility of this model is whether it's been weakened or abandoned or has become less successful in recent decades. You sometimes hear a story that says, yes, this is a model that's yielded really good outcomes, but it basically peaked in the 1970s. And since then, the Nordic countries and others have been cutting back on it, or it simply hasn't worked as well. I want to emphasize that when you hear this worry or this concern, and this turns out to be especially true when I use the label social democratic capitalism. People will immediately say, oh, but haven't social democratic parties been losing a lot more elections now than they used to? Which is certainly true if you compare the past couple of decades with the middle of the 20th century, but that has nothing to do with the success of the policies and institutions. It's a completely separate issue. So the real question is, have countries moved away from these policies and institutions, and have the policies and institutions become less effective at generating good outcomes? The first answer, I think, is unambiguously no. That's not to say that Sweden, for example, hasn't cut back on the generosity or scope of some of its welfare state programs. It has, and some other countries have done the same. But at the same time, they've also increased in others, especially the employment-conducive ones, so-called family-friendly policies like child care, paid parental leave, elder care, and others. And so on the whole, I see no evidence of a movement of countries away. And in fact, more and more countries have been moving in this direction. You see some of the continental European nations, especially in the last few decades, Netherlands, Germany, which has added a lot of child care, Austria to some extent, a little bit Belgium, moving in this direction. And even the United States, my country, which has long been considered one of the main laggards when it comes to the size and scope of the public safety net, has been slowly but very steadily increasing, almost under the radar, certainly not getting a lot of attention, but it's very much been moving in that direction. Well, have the policies and institutions become less effective? Let me show you just a couple of indicators for which we have something approximating. This is not really long-run data, maybe medium-run data, but at least a few decades worth of data. We don't have that for indicators like the one I used for equality of opportunity. We've got some mixed data for happiness, but let me show you data for, first, the incomes of those well-off. Once again, this is the 10th percentile incomes. And this is just the 4 Nordic countries, the countries that have made the most extensive use of this bundle of policies and institutions, compared to the United States, which admittedly on this indicator is a pretty easy target. Low-end incomes have not increased very much in the United States over the last 4 decades or so, but you can see they have increased steadily in all of the Nordic countries, pulling them past the U.S., with the gap continuing to separate in recent years. Here are data on employment, and here the Nordic countries got to a very high level pretty early. That's especially the case for Sweden. And you can see mostly what they've done in the last few decades is more or less maintain those high levels. Sweden and Finland see a big drop in the early 1990s because of deep economic crises, but then they come right back up to more or less where they were before. In the United States, which was successfully creating lots and lots of new jobs in the 1980s and 1990s, to the point where lots of international institutions were referring to the so-called Great American Jobs Machine, since 2000 has performed much worse, hasn't been able to keep up, indeed has fallen in terms of its overall employment rate. And then here's some data for happiness, where, as many of you probably know, the Nordic countries tend to lead the scores here. These are data from the World Values Survey, but the Gallup World Poll data tell a similar story. And they end up ahead of the United States, and indeed ahead of most other rich, long-standing democratic nations. Okay, now I think the last thing I'll mention here, in my view, this is a point where a lot of the debate now has come to rest, the debate about the Nordic model or this social democratic capitalism. For much of the past half century, there's been a very vigorous debate about whether the model, in fact, yielded good outcomes. I think it's now fairly hard to question that conclusion. It doesn't mean this will go on forever. It's difficult to predict the future, of course. There are no certainties. But I think the question about the success of the model in yielding these Rawlsian or expanded Rawlsian outcomes, and in doing so without severe trade-offs with respect to other goals that we care about and want to achieve, the evidence now very strongly, I think, suggests that the model is successful. There is still some debate about the degree to which the Nordics and other countries are continuing to pursue the model. I'm fairly convinced that most of the cutbacks have, as I said a moment ago, have been pretty minor. And that other countries are moving toward this model. So to the extent there is a debate, I think it now focuses mostly on this particular question that I have here on the screen, which is there something unique or idiosyncratic about the Nordic countries that allows them, and maybe only them, to get the good outcomes yielded by this model without suffering trade-offs? Another way to put this is to say, well, if you adopted the bundle of policies and institutions that comprise social democratic capitalism in the United States or Italy or Korea, would they be able to, it's not so much would they be able to achieve the good outcomes, but would they be able to do so without suffering trade-offs, without a slowdown in innovation or economic growth or some other outcome that we care about and want to achieve? So I try in the book, and I'll just tell you my conclusion here, I try in the book to figure out, okay, so what are the mechanisms through which this argument that there's something idiosyncratic, something unique about the Nordic countries that allows them and only them to succeed, what exactly is that? And so I combed through the literature and everything from books to policy reports to blog posts to find various versions of these arguments. I've listed them here. They go from work ethic to intelligence to effective government, willingness to be taxed, all the way to strong unions and low income inequality. And then I try to work through the evidence and also the reasoning to figure out if any of these make sense. And I'll just tell you now, I'm happy to elaborate on details later, but I'll just say now that I don't see any evidence that in fact the Nordic countries are unique in a way that, as I said before, allows them and only them to get these good outcomes using this particular model without suffering trade-offs. It looks very much to me like there's good reason to expect that if other countries adopt this model, they'll get the same good outcomes without suffering trade-offs. I'll mention two quick caveats. One has to do with strong unions. So unions are strong in the Nordic countries. They're among the very few rich democratic nations that continue to have robust unionization rates. I'm very skeptical of the likelihood that other countries will be able to revitalize or see a surge in unionization to get to anywhere near 50, 60, 70, 75% unionization rates like exist in the Nordic countries. So then the question is, well, does the model only work in a context where you also have strong unions? And I try to work through the details here. My conclusion is no, there's good reason to think that it will work very well, except for one outcome, which has to do with regular wage increases. So it does seem to me very unlikely that the model in and of itself, without strong labor unions, is going to allow for strong regular wage increases over time that allow wages for ordinary and low-end workers to keep up with growth of the economy. So probably if you transplant this model to another context, you need to think about government policies or some other way, unless you can miraculously revive labor unions, you need to think about some other way to fix this particular, to achieve this particular goal. Because the model itself, at least as I've outlined or defined it here, won't achieve that. And the same thing is true with low income inequality. Unless you have strong labor unions, you may not be able to keep a lid on income inequality in a modern economy. And these particular policies will help, but they won't necessarily stop the top 1% from accumulating more and more income and or wealth and sort of separating itself from the rest of society. Indeed, you see this process in the Nordic countries too. They have, for example, some of the highest levels of wealth, at least according to OECD data, some of the highest levels of wealth inequality, not as high as the United States, but higher than most other rich democratic nations. But apart from those caveats, I don't see any indication that this model is likely to work well only in the context of the Nordic nations. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much once again for your excellent and insightful presentation, Professor Ken Worthy. You share many different countries' examples that are in line with the concept of social democratic capitalism, and it was indeed a very great learning opportunity for all of us. Thank you once again. And next, going to have the second presentation by Professor Kenneth Nelson from Stockholm University. He'll brief us on the intergenerational welfare contract and circular prosperity. He also traveled all the way from Sweden to Korea to be with us today. So please allow me to invite him over to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a welcoming round of applause.
So thank you very much. I would also like to start to thank the organizers for inviting me to this conference and also for allowing me to go all the way to Korea. It's my first time here. And I hope to be able to come back and do some sightseeing and stuff after the pandemic. So my talk today is probably a little bit different compared to Lane's. But I will also talk about a recent book of ours. So I think that there is today quite lively discussion in both politics and academia, and certainly in Sweden, about this creation of a circular economy to tackle issues of environmental degradation, climate change. And the general idea here is to set up an economic system that does not produce any waste or pollution and which keeps our ecological environment intact. I think the metaphor of a circle works if the aim is to create loops of events that take us back to where we started. I think the metaphor is less fruitful for discussions about the welfare state, social policy, and prosperity. As many people noted, one of the biggest challenges for many industrialized countries today are the unequal distribution of opportunities, resources, and income, but also wealth. And many countries actually need to increase their public commitments in areas of social security and welfare. Thus, only taking us back to where we started from is not enough. So it's really not a circle that we should strive for. So rather than striving for circular prosperity, I think we need to identify those virtuous cycles of events that increase the welfare of all citizens and may turn the tide of growing inequalities. So I very much like the title of this conference about virtuous cycles, because that's a more better word in terms of the welfare state, I think, than to use the idea of a circular economy, which I don't think works. So social inequalities are, of course, increasing for various interrelated reasons. I think that accelerating generational conflict and serious distributional trade-offs in the context of population aging is one important determinant. So in my talk today, I will address how countries may reorganize the welfare state to generate virtuous cycles in policy making, supporting forums of intergenerational cooperation that create advantages for all age groups, or what we call in our book, positive sum solutions. So much of my talk today is based on, maybe I should use this. Which button should I? Oh, the big green one. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I could have missed that. So much of my talk today is based on this book. Some of you actually have a Korean translation of this book on your table. For this conference, we could only get hold of 10 copies. I had a talk like half a year ago on Zoom for a Korean conference, and they actually translated the whole book for us. But due to the agreement with the publisher, they couldn't print it out for the whole audience here, unfortunately. But this book you can actually download from Edvard Elgar if you want to read English, and it's totally free to download, so it's open access. So in terms of nurturing hope for positive sum solutions in policy making, we think that it's important to recognize that welfare state not only provide resources to people in different periods of life, through the outcomes generated by the welfare state also may encourage or discourage broader popular support for social policy that we think may cross generational interests, and thus increase the likelihood of these positive sum solutions that we talk about in the book. And under such scenarios, there will be no winners or losers. Instead, all age groups are expected to gain from future policy reform. So to understand how these policy feedbacks operate in different welfare states, we find it useful in this book to make a distinction between what we call balanced and unbalanced generational welfare contracts. So on the slide here, you see three examples, theoretical examples of three unbalanced, we call welfare contracts. So on the horizontal axis, you can think of it as you have three periods of life. So you have childhood, in the middle of the axis, you have working age, towards the end of the horizontal axis, you have old age. On the vertical axis, you can think of just some measure on the generosity of social protection. Okay? So then you can easily see that, at least in some countries, if you look at the pro-old unbalanced contract, that's usually the type of welfare state that people talk about when they discuss population aging and the welfare state. So it's basically a pro-old contract where social protection, the generosity of protection is geared towards the elderly, basically at the expense of the young people and the working age people. But we can also theoretically think of another contract, which is pro-work, which protects working age risks like unemployment or sickness at the expense of the elderly and the young. And then we can think of the third one, which basically is geared toward the needs of families with children, but less so families for elderly people and working age people. So all of these three contracts are unbalanced, as you can see, but you can also see that there are clearly winners and losers in each of these four states. Let's see. But what we introduce in the book is that, at least hypothetically, we can think of also fourth welfare state, the generational contract, which is not unbalanced, but which is balanced, where everyone is protected by the welfare state and everyone receives roughly equal amount of protection, irrespective of whether they are children, whether they are in working age, or whether they are elderly. But the important thing here is that due to the feedbacks of the welfare state on popular support, we expect that the amount of resources available for redistribution and protecting people is not fixed, but it will actually vary depending on which type of contract you have. So the whole idea here is that if you have a balanced welfare state, you will be able, through the certain feedbacks the welfare state have on public attitudes, on political coalition making and so forth, we'll be able to provide everyone a higher level of protection than we are able to provide to people in countries with unbalanced contracts. So, for example, the elderly in a country with a balanced generational wealth contract, we expect that the elderly receives better pensions, for example, than they would receive in a country with a pro-old contract. We also expect that people in working age would receive a higher sickness benefits and higher unemployment benefits than they would receive in a country with a pro-work contract. So everyone has something to gain by a more balanced welfare state. That's the whole idea. So then the question is, how do these contracts look like in reality? This is what we find. So it's exactly the same figures, basically, but we use real data here. So on the horizontal axis, we have these three different phases of human life. So we have childhood, working age, and old age. On the vertical axis, we now actually have a measure on the generosity of social protection. So for childhood-related risks, we basically have an index on the level of child benefits, maternity leave, parental leave, and so forth. For working age, we look at the generosity of unemployment insurance and sickness insurance. And for old age, we simply look at the generosity of old age pensions. And what we have on the vertical scale is basically what we call the replacement rate. So it's basically the size of benefits in relation to an average wage. So if any country would come up to 100, it basically means that for the working age people, if you're unemployed or if you're sick, you would receive exactly the same amount as you would receive when you were working. So here we actually think that we can at least identify 3 out of the 4 contracts that we theoretically sort of elaborated on in the book. So we have a few countries that definitely have a pro-old generational pro-old welfare state. I think included there are many of the English-speaking countries, Australia, Canada, Ireland, New Zealand, United Kingdom, United States, but also Italy. Then we have a few countries which have more of a pro-work contract. So you can see that income replacement in social insurance is sort of peak-shaped. It's higher for those in working age in terms of sickness and unemployment. In this group, we find Germany, Japan, Netherlands, and Switzerland. But then we have a few countries in which the welfare state is much more generationally balanced. And here we find the Nordic countries, but also we find in Nordic Austria and France. And I think the important point to note here is that the generosity or the income replacement in social insurance is not only on average higher in countries with a balanced generational welfare contract, but you can actually see that, for example, the elderly are actually better off in countries with a balanced contract than they are in a country with a pro-old contract. The same is true for those in working age. They are generally better off in countries with a balanced contract than with a pro-work contract. Now, on this slide, you can see that if you compare the generosity of income replacement for those in working age between the balance and the pro-work contract, the line is approximately at similar height, but that basically is due to Germany in countries with a pro-work contract. So if we delete Germany from this analysis, the generosity of sickness and unemployment benefits in pro-work countries goes down quite substantially. So we think that there is sort of empirical evidence that shows that the welfare state in an era of population aging not necessarily are subject to unavoidable generational trade-offs in social policy making and serious distributional conflicts. And we think that the escape route out of this dilemma of generational conflicts goes through a balanced system of age-related social citizenship rights, that is, age-related social insurance schemes, which we believe contribute positively to various outcomes that we have reason to value. Now we show you a few of them here. Some of these outcomes are similar to the ones that Lane showed us. So it should be not income in the first decile. I think it should be income on the 10th decile. But anyway, what we do in the book is that we look at how countries with different types of generational welfare contract score on various outcomes that we think are important in order to generate positive feedback effects in terms of social policymaking. Poverty is, of course, an important factor, we think, both relatively, in terms of inequality, but also, as Lane talked about, in terms of absolute incomes of the poorest people in society. We think social and political trust are very important in order to generate positive feedbacks that help policymakers to improve over time the welfare state. We also included subjective well-being in terms of happiness and life satisfaction. So we think that, essentially we think that by generating these outcomes, we think that balanced generational welfare contract essentially support the key requirements of generational justice, both here and now, but also improve the long-term sustainability of the welfare state by creating fertile conditions for virtuous cycles of policymaking to also promote well-being and equitable relations between all age groups. Then the question is what the situation looks like in Korea. And unfortunately, we don't really have data in Korea. But together with a colleague at my institute, we have a project where we have started to collect data on Korea. And this is what it looks like in Korea. If I use exactly the same kind of data that I showed you for the other OECD countries. So I would say that compared to the other countries, Korea seems actually to have, well, first we can say that it's a very unbalanced contract. But it's sort of tilted somewhat to families with children or to the elderly. Definitely not to people in working age, if we measure that in terms of unemployment and sickness insurance benefits. So the next step, what we will do for the next year is that we will try to look at some outcomes in Korea and try to see if we can see if there is a link between this particular model and the outcomes that it generates. So that will be the next step. Yeah, so thanks.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Nelson. It was indeed a very interesting approach where you incorporated the concept of intergenerational contract in the welfare model that we need to pursue going forward. And thank you for the diagnosis on the status of Korea as well. So next, we're going to have another discussion session, and I would like to kindly ask all the participants to move off to the stage. We'll have two speakers, Professor Ken Worthy and Professor Nelson, and Professor Byung-gi Ju of Seoul National University and Director Hyuna Kim of the Korea Institute of Public Finance will join us as discussants. The session will be moderated by Professor Hyo Yong-sung at Seongshin Women's University. I'm very much looking forward to the fruitful and constructive talks that are going to be delivered by our renowned scholars and researchers. Yes, it seems our moderator is not in the venue at the moment. We'll give a few minutes until he comes back. There she comes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause for the discussants and the moderator of the special session. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. My name is Hyung Sang, who is a professor at the economics of department at Seongshin Women's University. Looks like we will have to use part of lunch break, maybe. Okay. Let's have 7 minutes for each discussion. So why don't you start? First, Professor Chu.
Hello? It's working very well. Okay, so I have prepared the Korean translation of my discussion. So, and I just prepared for English for here. Okay, so in this presentation, Professor Kenworthy reported that social democratic capitalism is a good institutional arrangement for achieving Rawlsian goal of a fair and just society. To support this idea, he uses a quantitative approach that utilizes survey data and other data regarding country-wise economic and government performances. Overall, the talk by Professor Kenworthy gives a very interesting quantitative approach while representing long-established insights in the literature of social democratic capitalism and welfare states. Professor Kenworthy indexify performance of social democratic capitalism aggregating 4 elements. The first is public expenditure on social program. Second, replacement as a replacement rate for major public transfer programs. And third, public expenditure on employment-oriented services. 4, modest regulation of product and labor markets. And also he indexify the performance of the society from Rawlsian perspective he introduces extended Rawlsian outcomes which aggregate 5 elements. The first is employment rate. Second, 10th percentile disposable household income, probably useful for assessing the difference principle. And the third, stability of income. The fourth, free opportunity of life choices. Fifth, happiness. And using the data set for major developed countries, he shows that the performance of social democratic capitalism is highly correlated with the extended Rawlsian outcome. He also claims that the social democratic capitalism index is positively correlated with many other index for good society. For example, innovation, even innovation. I believe that more sophisticated statistical analysis needs to be done to figure out significance of each of the 4 elements. Countries with different history of economic development as well as different cultural backgrounds may exhibit differences in terms of the significance of these 4 elements. And from there, we can obtain useful policy implications. And it seems that social democratic capitalism index captures only very simple aspect of advancement of capitalism, which is moderate product and labor market regulations, as far as I understand. I believe that advancement of capitalism may be assessed using many other characteristics, such as effective fair trade regulation or monopoly powers in industries or workers' rights, etc. The extended Rawlsian, and the extended Rawlsian outcome may be the best way of may not be the best way of assessing Rawlsian justice, as far as I understand. First, I believe that there are other direct ways of observing or evaluating Rawls' first principle of equal liberty. And also, it is not clear whether Rawlsian fair equality of opportunity is well represented by the 5 elements. So, for example, I may suggest using intergenerational income mobility. And also, Rawls emphasized the priority of his first principle over the second, and also priority of his fair equality of opportunity over difference principle. But I believe that incorporating this idea of priority may not be so easy. There can be a better way of representing the index of primary goods. Of course, household income used in this presentation is the most important information, but the other primary goods such as education, healthcare, housing may provide other informations regarding individual well-being. And overall, I might have misunderstood the main research question, the basic idea, but my impression is that the 4 elements used to define social democratic capitalism provide a good basis for explaining co-evolution of economy and democracy, or Rawlsian good society. Nevertheless, they not be the unique basis. I do not have an alternative, but searching for the other basis may be also useful. The country-wise evolution of economy and democracy is progressed jointly and interdependently. The evolution of one country affects the evolution of the other country, which is what I mean. Therefore, the type of question addressed in the talk does not exclude the possibility of the other type of evolution of economy and democracy. Let me take an example. For socialism or social capitalism, socialism has not been successful. But, we might have had another historical path where socialism or market socialism instead of capitalism evolves successfully with democracy and spread across countries. And the talk gives a useful benchmark and implication for Korean society. It is clear that Korea falls widely behind the other developed countries in all aspects of social democratic capitalism, as well as Rawlsian outcome. I fully agree with the result. But the report may give a misleading implication for Korea. Why Korea is so much underperforming in Rawlsian perspective? Because Korea is underperforming in terms of social democratic capitalism? Not necessarily. There are key reasons that explain underperformance of Korea in achieving Rawlsian outcomes. For example, unfair business relations between big and small firms are widespread in Korean market economy. Antitrust law is not effectively implemented in, and antitrust law is not effective in regulating monopoly power. And also workers in small and medium-sized firms have very poor bargaining power in Korean labor market. These result in high salary gaps among workers and high income inequality and social bipolarization. I believe there is a wide spectrum of capitalism in terms of effectiveness of fair trade regulation and workers' rights. Among the developed countries, the speaker has considered, and controlling for these elements will provide better policy education from the current analysis of social democratic capitalism. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next, Dr. Kim, please.
Yeah, thank you for the nice introduction of Professor Sung as a session chair. And also, first of all, I'm very thanks to giving me this opportunity to learn the sociology context, and then it is very useful to understand to this sociology perspective from two presenters. And the two presentations are very comprehensive and informative nowadays. And so I'm just saying, I just want to share my idea and my understanding. Okay. I'm just, in the first end, I just summarized Professor Lane Canvass's paper. He shows that the concept and the aim of social democratic capitalism. And then, as I understand, this social democratic capitalism is based on that the egalitarian capitalism. And then the concept of this, I'm just going to call that SDC, that the social democratic capitalism focuses on the social corporatism, not just on economic performance. And the concept of this features a capitalist economy and democratic political system and good elementary and secondary schooling and a big welfare state and employment conducive public services and moderate regulation and product and labor market. And also he says that why do we consider this SDC nowadays? And the aim is to combine the advantage of market economy with support to help individuals develop capabilities and the cushion to protect against any harmful threatening like poverty and job loss and unhealthiness. And also he shows that some data analysis, and this shows that the 20 advanced countries try to achieve social democratic capitalism. And he made some composite indicators, and these indicators, meaning SDC, are correlated with employment and incomes and economic security and opportunity and happiness in 20 welfare states. Also, as all of us see that Korea is located in lower level of SDC in comparison with the Nordic countries. So, and also, as an economist, what I am surprising that the point is his paper is no trade-offs. I think this is very important notion in this presentation. And also, Professor Nelson, in another presentation, he think about the same meaning of the positive sum. Actually, in economic textbook, the fundamental hypothesis of economics is that the resource is scarce, which means that we have to, some people get something, the other people should lose something. So there is always trade-off in real world. I am a policy researcher in Government Institute. What I have observed in Policy Institute is that the key function of a country is to handle these kind of the trade-offs, the conflict in all generations and all stakeholders. So nowadays, I think that the handling of the stakeholders, handling of the taxpayers and the tax beneficiaries, all of things are trade-off. This is very painful procedure. So I think we should think about and we consider, and this no trade-offs, the observation is very important and very thinkable. Some people said I'm a little bit skeptical notion and skeptical approach about that there is no trade-offs, but he shows that the very interesting the result of that partially positively correlated with this employment, incomes, and economic security, and then as this social democratic capitalism. Denmark case shows the no trade-off in between the SDC and then innovation and public social expenditure and even in GDP. As all of us know that our country, Korea, have sacrificed so many things to get the advanced level of economic development. Now we are facing with that the lowest birth rate and the highest suicide rate in younger generation, and arguable poverty rate in older generation, and low level of happiness. Actually, we have to overcome so many bad things after the rapid development. So this is very considerable notion in this paper. And so in this section, it's just social democratic capitalism transferable to other countries, and or is it desirable and is it possible? All questions are possible. So, is the model success generalizable? And this is the transferable to Far East countries and to even Korea. I think the key issue is that the degree of transferability or maturity level of the transferability would not be homogeneous among resources in presentation. For example, institutional coherence and effective government would be challenging, but reformed continuously every year. But I think that our country might need quite a long time to adapt work ethic and trust and solidarity and willingness to be protected. Second question of this presentation is that what is the social meaning and how can we approach the social concept in the social democratic capitalism? He mentioned that the electoral success of social democratic political parties is not always accompanied with the social democratic capitalism. And our country is one of the democratic capitalism countries, but yet a social countries, I think. So one source is already violated in his presentation. Actually, we have quite a big such not small countries, over 50 million population country might have a solidarity issue, and the age society and social bonding issue between young and old generation, and labor market inequality, and the gender conflict. And this weak social solidarity in our country does cause lower willingness to be taxed. So how can we get this social? That is one question of the presentation. And also next presentation that his idea is very, but it's not new, but it's very important, and it's very meaningful. Actually, as I understand, his main point of presentation is the balanced contract. So nowadays, unbalanced contracts tend to exacerbate social inequalities, and many experts forecast that the social inequalities may be wider after COVID-19. And then also one more bad factor to the exacerbate inequality is that the population aging would be one of the important determinants to accelerate generation conflict and zero-sum distributional trade-offs. Now, how do countries organize social policy have to protect against risks? He suggests that the generational welfare contract might be one of the sustainable solutions, and I agree with his idea. And also, he again emphasizes that in the paper, an even distribution of social citizens' rights across age-related social risks with inequalities. Our country is have to deal with that uneven distribution of almost all sectors. Resilience after COVID-19 crisis might be associated with the level of evenness of distribution among industries and income levels and genders and generations. So policymakers and policy researchers should determine the steps and restore trust among generations. So in a policy manner, I think that generous and responsible social insurance system should be institutionalized first. And the first discussion of his presentation is that the money issue. So in order to attain the balanced welfare contract, money really matters. Yesterday, I confessed that I am just mundane economist. So money says everything. Yeah, but then, so this is the tough agenda about the balanced welfare contract. But the fiscal demand of all generations and sectors has not been easy in all countries, not just in Korea. Who bears the burden? Who bears the fiscal burden? Who pays the money? And who has the budget power? And who does budget priority decide? And the meaning of a balance is optimal contract among generations by negotiation and other institutions. The increase of a national debt level would be the result of acquiring balanced welfare contract. That's why I'm concerned. That's what I worried that. So balanced welfare contract versus and sustainable management. Maybe it is the same meaning or confusing issues in the future. So this is my big concern of this issue. And second thing is that this is a little bit far away from today's presentation, but in sociologist context, the future is a very important thing. That's why we are here. So our country is very low birth rate issue. So I'm just this is my just question to that. Do you think that any best practice case in country level to overcome the lower birth rate by balanced generational distribution? I think that all balanced general welfare schedule we have that, then the sustainable birth rate automatically follows. And two more things I want to share is that the third one is the fiscal decentralization issue. Because as the Nordic countries, and for example, Sweden, they have very higher rate of local government level. But I don't think that just a superficial introduction of other countries' institutions is somewhat risky. So it's not exactly related with that more tax money to the local government is very good to our country. I don't think so. So we need more time to get the fundamental soil to the decentralization in other sectors, all levels of government. So that's the third issue. And the fourth one is that the political system is that. Okay, that's what I prepared today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kim. I will now give Professors Kenneth and Nelson time to respond to the discussions. Kenneth, you can go first.
Okay, well, thank you very much, both of you, for these comments. I just want to, I guess, say a couple of things by way of response. One has to do with these features that I discussed that some obtain in the Nordic countries or the reasons why the Nordic countries are able to use this model and achieve outcomes without trade-offs, things like work effort or effective government or trust or strong unions or a variety of other things. And so I wasn't actually suggesting, I'm not sure, but I understood you right, you were asking about whether I think it would be difficult for Korea to get to these traits or characteristics or features. But my conclusion actually is different, which is that I don't think a country necessarily needs them. It's not to suggest that it would be a bad thing to have more trust, for example, or a strong work ethic, personal responsibility, or intelligence, or what have you, but simply to say that it doesn't appear to me from the evidence that a country needs that in order to utilize this particular set of policies and institutions to get good results. So if you can also do these other things, wonderful, but you don't necessarily need them. I agree and recognize that there are a variety of other worrisome outcomes in a country like Korea, and certainly I am from the United States. We have plenty of social and economic and political problems to worry about and to try to solve, and I definitely don't suggest that this set of institutions and policies will solve all problems. But I do think it's quite striking, at least as best I can tell from the comparative evidence across this set of rich democratic nations, how successful this set of policies and institutions is. It doesn't solve everything, but it does seem to at least contribute to or facilitate or at least not block the achievement of a variety of things that we do probably want in a good society. I also didn't want to suggest that the lack or at least low level of these institutions and policy in a country like Korea is the main reason for less successful outcomes when it comes to the living standards of those at the low end or equality of opportunity or the other outcomes that I looked at. There are certainly going to be individual features in any given country that contribute to ineffective, let's say, ineffective achievement of the kinds of outcomes that we want. And it may well be that limited union power or ineffective antitrust regulations or business practices or relationships are more important in Korea in causing the various outcomes. I don't have a particular opinion about that. The one other thing I just want to mention quickly has to do with housing. So housing, it turns out to be right now, a big problem in a lot of the rich countries. Certainly in the United States, it's also a big problem in the Nordic countries. It seems to be a problem that mostly exists in cities, especially the large cities. And as best I can tell, a lot of this has to do with a fairly, at least in historical terms, a fairly rapid transition toward people embracing living in big cities. Partly this has to do with the shift of jobs, especially the good-paying jobs, the ones that having a college degree is likely to get you access to, professional types of jobs, and especially new tech industries, but not only, this is in finance as well, and other industries. But it also has to do with the fact that cities have simply become more interesting, livable, safer, with some caveats, but safer places to be than was the case a generation ago. I can see in the United States, or the United States is a sort of pronounced example of this. So lots of people wanted to live in cities in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s. Crime rates were very high, they were very interesting, they were decaying, the public spaces weren't kept up very well, and that has completely turned around, not for every American city, but for many of them. And so there's been a huge surge of demand for housing, and the supply simply hasn't kept up with this. In the United States, a lot of this has to do with regulations, as it turns out. But it also has to do with ineffective government support for affordable housing. So it's a mix of these two things, and solving this problem in the United States would involve probably scaling back some of the regulations that make it very difficult to build new tall buildings, especially in downtown areas, but also much more extensive government support for rent, creation of public housing, creation of social housing, and maybe some other things as well. So I don't know the extent to which any of these problems exist in Korea, other than the fact that there is definitely a housing affordability problem in Seoul. I don't think it's the case that this bundle of policies and institutions that I'm calling social democratic capitalism in and of itself will solve this housing problem. I think it takes specific actions. But so I simply want to acknowledge that this is a problem, and maybe one of the biggest social problems that governments in these countries currently face. And then it probably takes separate policies and institutions to solve it.
Thank you. Professor Nelson, please.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. I'm not really sure that I really got the comment right, but the way I see it, it's basically a comment on sort of the balanced welfare state costs a lot of money, which could be a problem, of course. But I think that the way we see it in the book is that we don't see the cost side as a major problem, not in this at least. I think the idea is basically that as countries, as the aging population are growing older and growing in size relative to the younger generation, there is a risk that different age groups start to compete against each other to get as much money out of a fixed budget as they possibly can, instead of working together. And then try to figure out, okay, how could we set up the welfare state so these different generations actually work together towards a common good, which could be to the benefit of all people. And then I think the idea with the balanced contract is that, should I formulate it? It's like through we see this as a process that goes on over time. So and one good thing with countries with a more balanced form of generational welfare contract is that it tends to generate the outcomes we need in order to increase political collaboration between age groups and decrease the likelihood for generational conflict. And if we can do that, our idea is basically then people, irrespective of which generation and social risks that you face, you are willing to contribute financially to the welfare state. So it basically will be much easier to allocate a budget sufficient enough to support a big and generous welfare state. So sort of a, what do you call it, self-sufficient argument that if we set it up this way, it will generate a lot of virtuous cycles over time that will make it easier for governments to provide good protection for everyone instead of fueling conflicts between age groups. I think that's sort of the main argument. You also raised the issue of fertility. That's, in this particular book, we don't address the issue of fertility, but in my research group, there are a number of people who have looked precisely at that issue. And if we would have the data here, my best guess would be that fertility is probably highest in the group of countries with a balanced generational welfare contract, which is not that surprising, because if you set up the welfare state in that way, for women it means that you can combine education, you can basically combine family and work. It also means that if you're in working age, which is the typical age when you also get children, like if I think of it in the way in Sweden, for example, the people are not afraid of getting a first child or even a second and third child, even if they face a high risk of getting unemployed, because we have a good system of social protection for that. So I think we very well could have looked at fertility in the book as another outcome that are sort of will help us to overcome this problem of population aging. So that's definitely something that we should look at more in the future. But I think from the fiscal point of view, I think the main argument is that, or at least our argument is that if we set up the welfare state so it is more age balanced, it will eventually over time generate a number of outcomes that probably will create a lot of synergies in society. And among them is also the possibility essentially to tax people in companies and to raise government revenue so to finance the whole thing. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Nelson. We'll now move on to the Q&A. Please raise your hand if you have any question. Any question from the floor? Maybe you guys are hungry. Actually, we have questions from online. So we have received questions for the speakers through pre-registration event that was conducted on KDI Facebook page from September 16th to October 1st. Indeed, many people participated with the interest. Now I'm going to ask some of the selected questions to the speakers. This question is for Professor Ken Worley. In Korean society today, What do we need first to deepen social democratic capitalism and turn it into a successful model? Institutional improvement or a consensus on a social contract?
I don't have strong opinions about the route to getting to these policies and institutions. This is political. I mean, you have to pass policies. And so in different countries, I mean, I have a story for how this is likely to play out in the United States, but I don't know enough about Korean politics to know exactly what it would take. But the point is, you need these policies. You need the welfare state policies. You need the ones that support employment. And ideally, I think you want regulations that don't stifle business creation and make it easy for companies to hire and let go employees. You're also providing the cushions and supports that make sure that they can survive decently if they lose their job and get back into work quickly and effectively. But the political depends on the particular country, and so I don't, unfortunately, have direct advice about how to do this in Korea.
Thank you very much. Next question is for Professor Nelson. The expression generational welfare contract sounds like such a refreshing concept. So many young people in Korea today believe their taxes are paying for the elderly's welfare now, but they themselves will be unable to benefit from welfare in the future because of the declining birth rate. A contract must be pressed on fairness between both parties, but the youth feel as if that is not the case. So how can he make it feel like a fair contract? And also, how can he make it truly fair? That's the question.
It's essentially it's a very good question. I think it's essentially the fundamental question that we try to tackle in the book. I think the problem that we had when we started to think about this is that exactly that issue that this person brings up on Korea, we have seen a little bit tendency towards those opinions or feelings also in Sweden, and they are certainly have been there in Germany for quite a long time, and definitely in the U.S. That's sort of the young generation increasingly thinks that the elderly generation are sort of reaping the fruit of the welfare state at the expense of their protection. To me, at least according to the analysis and what we write in the book, to me the answer would be that, well, one way forward is to take at least small steps towards a more balanced welfare state. Because if you do that, it's each generation or age group, if we talk about it that way, will start to feel that they actually have a stake in the welfare state. But and then you need to take it from there and successively, expand social protection to all groups, but particularly those groups that were left behind from the beginning. And as we do in the book, we trace these contracts. We talk about contracts, but we trace we look at the development of all these welfare states from, I think it's from the 1960s, because this is nothing that you do just overnight, because the point is that the virtuous circle again is that the way the welfare state feedbacks on public opinion, people's attitudes, their behavior, political coalition making. So I don't think that you can go from a very unbalanced contract, like the Korean one that I showed, to a balanced contract fully fledged balanced contract that we have, for example, in the Nordic countries, just in 2 or 3 years. When we look at Swedish development, we didn't do it in 2 or 3 years. In Sweden, we actually started, when we look at it, we basically started with pensions. Then the rights for those in working age started to improve. But it was first in the 1970s when we also improved child care and parental leave policies and stuff like that. The system became much more balanced. And then we saw, after that, we saw like 2 decades of a rapid increase in the generosity. Unfortunately, now in Sweden, we actually see a return towards a more unbalanced contract again. So it will be interesting to see what happens in the future. But I think we need to look at this as a long-term process. It's similar to when Germany, for example, copied the Swedish parental leave program in order to increase fertility. They hope to see some effect the next year. Of course they will not, because these institutions, social policies need to feed back. In the German case with fertility, it essentially needs to feed back and affect people's opinion towards mothers actually combining work with the family. And these things takes time. And also coalition making between age groups and so forth takes time. So my suggestion would be that I think you need to do what most of the other OECD countries did, is that you take these small steps, but you take them in the right direction. And hopefully then you generate the good outcomes that make it into a virtuous cycle of development. So that would be my answer.
Thank you. Today's conference seems to have... Oh, you have a question? Okay.
I have one question to Kenneth Worth. In our Polish context, one keyword is flexicurity, 유연 안정성. But you never use a term to define social democratic capitalism. So what is your view on this?
Yeah, I think to me it's the same thing. This is about providing generous cushions and supports to help people if they lose their job, get a new one, to help them when they're young, get into the labor market, to help people transition between. And then it's also about providing the flexibility, so not constraining the product and labor markets too much. It doesn't mean complete deregulation or lack of regulation. It just means not going too far. And this balance might be different in different countries, of course. But yes, so what I'm describing, what I'm suggesting is no different from what is usually meant by the term flexicurity. It's exactly the same thing.
Any comment? Professor Nelson? You don't want anything? Okay. Okay, that's okay.
Well, I have on flexicurity. I have. Because actually I think there is quite a big difference here between, to some extent, Sweden and Denmark. I would say the true flexicurity in the true sense of meaning of the word that we usually use is much more related to the situation, the way it looks in Denmark, and perhaps not in Sweden to the same extent. So if you look at Denmark, for example, it's much easier to get rid of employees than it is in Sweden. On the other hand, it's easier for Danish people to actually access unemployment insurance and receive a fairly high benefit. Compared to Sweden, where it actually is more difficult to fire people. But on the other hand, if you lose your job, from a social democratic point of view, the unemployment benefit is not as high. So you are more protected, but if you lose your job, you don't have the same protection. Whereas in Denmark, it's easier to lose your job, but you're protected afterwards. So we have some. Actually, there is this story in Sweden when we have Danish companies coming in Sweden, and then we always say, well, we don't want to work for a Danish company because then you get fired all the time.
Thank you. Today's conference seems to have raised the issue of what we should think about to create a better world for the next generation. I'm very pleased to moderate this special session, a policy framed for a better society. So thank you very much to Professors Kanawalti and Nelson, and to Professor Chu and Dr. Kim, and of course to the audience. Thank you very much. We will finish this session. Okay.
Thank you very much for the very interesting and constructive panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause for today's discussants and the moderator. Take the small steps, but make sure that they're in the right direction, and also having the right degree of flexibility in the welfare model will be the key going forward. Thank you once again. Yes, it is time for lunch, and the next session will begin at 1:30 p.m. under the theme of policy reform for a virtuous cycle of growth, jobs, and welfare. Again, we're holding a very special event during the break for our online participants. If you screenshot your monitor program on the screen and post the screenshot with some comments on KDI's Facebook event page, we'll send a souvenir to a few selected participants. You can be the winner of the very special gift that I have prepared. So I would like to kindly ask everyone for your participation. Now, please enjoy your lunch break, and I'll see you again at 1:30 p.m. Thank you very much for staying with us. 네, 여러분 점심식
I hope
짧지만 아주
all enjoyed your lunch break. So continuing on in the afternoon, we're going to begin the afternoon session of this international conference on the virtual cycle of growth, jobs, and welfare. The official language of the afternoon session will switch to Korean. This afternoon session will focus on the policy reforms for a virtuous cycle of growth, jobs, and welfare. This session will be moderated by Sang-hoon An, and the session will present Professor Jae-jin Yang of Yale University. He will talk about the virtuous cycle of welfare and growth European cases.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As just introduced, I am Yang Jin from Yonsei University, Department of Administration. Now, today we are here for the topic of the virtuous cycle of growth, jobs, and welfare. Very meaningful event, and indeed very meaningful topic. And today we are hearing from different scholars from both home and abroad. And it's a great honor and privilege for me to have an opportunity to partake in the presentation. Now, the topic of presentation today is the virtuous cycle of welfare and growth with focus on Europe cases. Now, first, the background of the study. So yes, as you can see here, Korea, now compared to the OECD average, in the public expenditure in social services, then it's only about 60% of the OECD average. But also on the other hand, Korea is a late entrant in this. So given the current pace of aging, growing welfare demand, then it is likely that Korea's social expenditure will continue to grow and also at a very rapid clip. And as you can see in the chart below, so do I have a clicker here? Is this a pointer or not? All right. Then anyways, then as of 2020, then the expenditure rate is about 11% out of the GDP. But then by about 20 years later, about 2040, then it will be around the OECD average. So it will go over the 22%. And then 10 years after that, Korea will be having bigger social expenditure than even Sweden. So it's not after expanding the welfare system, but it's even without expanding them, even at this current pace. It is set to increase so rapidly. And also at the same time, Korea used to be a fast-growing country, now low-growth country, so only about 1 to 2% growth per annum, similar to Japan and Italy. Another commonality with these two countries is that at a time when the welfare expenditure is rising precipitously, it is also showing the tendency of relying on national debt to cover for the growth in the welfare spending. Now, for the fiscal spending, now if we are to rely on national debt, then this could also lead to like a fiscal crisis. So this is not a crisis limited to Western European countries. So for example, Sweden, as was mentioned earlier, so they also had a financial crisis decades ago. So the fiscal crisis among welfare states is probably more common than you might think. And then now some countries, so as Professor Kenworthy earlier had mentioned, so some of the Nordic countries, including the Nordic countries, so some countries were able to overcome the fiscal crisis and were able to reorganize themselves. So for example, Sweden and Denmark, so social democratic countries, so these are the leading examples. Not only them, Germany and the Netherlands, they are also cited as the successful case of overcoming the fiscal crisis. And in the case of Korea, not only the Nordic countries, but I believe that it will be also worthy for us to take a look into Germany and the Netherlands as well. I mean, Sweden, the population is only about 10 million, so Seoul population. Denmark is only about like 4, 5 million, which is the size of the Busan city's population. But Germany population 80 million, so it would be worthy for us to also look into other countries as well. And that is why we have selected these 4 European countries to take a closer look. So if we can look at the path that they have taken already, then of course we are a late entrant, and I believe that we do have the advantages of a late entrant, which means that we can learn from their successes and also try not to repeat their mistakes. So then let us first see how they rank in terms of the economic and social welfare performance. Of course, Professor Kenworthy, he has also shown a lot of indicators with focus on Nordic countries, but then I would also like to show them to you, including Germany and the Netherlands. Now, first, this is the National Competitiveness Ranking from the World Economic Forum. See those marked in red, the Netherlands, Germany, Sweden, Denmark. So you see that they are all ranked in top 10. Then the next to that is the per capita GDP, also quite high. Anyway, so you see that they're all above us. And then another important economic indicator, the employment rate. Again, so they are mostly located on the right-hand side, so over 70%. So you see that their employment rate, all of them, over 70%. As for Korea, so you see that Korea is on the far left-hand side, so below the OECD average. And for the countries, the national debt, you see that they are marked by their relatively low national debt compared to the OECD average and also maintaining a stable level. Denmark, 51%, and Sweden, 55%. And this is actually D2. Korea talks about D1 more often. So if we also just focus on D2, then our debt level would be similar to them. But our social expenditure is less than half of what they spend. Our national debt will be similar to them in terms of D1. So D2. Also Denmark, Germany, Netherlands, and Sweden. So we said for the past 20 years or so, their national debt level has been quite stable. So this is compared to the GDP. So perhaps this is because of the size of their GDP. But anyway, so you see that it has been maintained at a stable level. Whereas for Italy, Japan, the US, Greece, you see that their debt to GDP level has been going up steadily. Now looking at the public expenditure in social services, again, this is to the GDP. Denmark, you see that it's quite high, 28%. Sweden, 25%. The Netherlands is only about 16%. So I would say this is an exceptional case. But again, from a long time series, you see that their public expenditure in social service is also been controlled at a stable level. And also for Sweden, you see that their social service level is going down. So this probably means that the denominator, meaning that the economic size or the GDP, so perhaps their size of the economy is growing, and perhaps because of that, the percentage out of the GDP of the public expenditure is going down. And perhaps that also explains the reason why they were able to maintain their national debt level. Anyway, so now if they are maintaining the social expenditure level, does it mean that they have less performance or the less outcome? That's not the case, as Professor Kenworthy has also observed. So as you can see, this is the income inequality. So then you see that Korea marked in purple. So Korea is showing a relatively high level, but then these 4 countries are on the left side, so on the lower end. Again, for the birth rate, they are really the object of envy for us, because for Korea, the current birth rate is actually 0.84. Now, this is the comparison looking at Germany, the Netherlands. You see that their birth rate between 1.6, 1.7. Now then, I have shown you some leading indicators. For example, the fiscal size or also the economic performance and also the social outcome. You see that they are doing quite well. Then begs the question, what enables such a successful model? I'm sure that to this there can be various answers. But I would say that social investment would be crucial. So just focusing on the welfare expenditure first, and I believe that social investment probably comes with a very big importance because now the social investment, now this helps increase the aggregate employment, and it also increases the job skills of the workers, meaning that they are able to better adapt to the changing labor market. And because they increase human resources, so they also increase productivity. So more aggregate employment and better employment and better skills, then leading to productivity. So perhaps that is what made this virtuous cycle possible. To put it in another term, now, as Professor Nelson has observed, so it has to be a balanced expenditure, meaning that it should not be just pro-old. So he used this term pro-old. So it should not focus on pro-old expenditure, but there should also be welfare for the productive population. And also, rather than cash-heavy, there should be also balanced provision of social services. And also, not just focusing on income guarantee, but there should also be job skill development. Now then, when this takes place, then flexicurity in the labor market can also be possible. So flexicurity means, like for example, social services. So there would be a lot of employment policies to increase skills and also to provide social safety net. So all these are the elements that bring assurance to the workers, even if there is a free dismissal. And also there should be fiscal rules and fiscal soundness. And that would make it possible to sustain a welfare state. Then also deregulation, fostering competition, creating innovation ecosystem, meaning that we also need to foster competition. So without having the fiscal infrastructure, without having the type of volume or the fiscal basis, then we cannot have welfare state. So I believe that perhaps the successful countries were able to achieve them. But anyway, so my focus being today is welfare. Now let me go a bit more about that. Just a bit about the theory. Now for the social expenditure and how it affects income redistribution. So if we are to talk about this question, then now distribution, now initially it occurs through the income provision. So if there is income inequality, that means that there is not very good distribution. But anyway, so then after that is welfare. So welfare serves as a redistribution. So then, yes, the tax and welfare would have effect on the income distribution. So the effect by tax would be about 1, and welfare would be about 3, because like welfare would also include the benefits for the unemployed. So I guess this goes without saying. So given that, then in terms of the income redistribution effect, there would be greater effect welfare than tax. Anyway, so if there is also a higher aggregate social expenditure, then the higher the redistribution effect. So let's say for the welfare, then there is income guarantee for the unemployed that included, and then also public education or family policy. So for example, if we can provide support to the dual income family support, then this will increase the household income in general, meaning that it would bridge the income inequality. And then for the disadvantaged, so if we can also help the disadvantaged find employment, then their earned income will grow, meaning that there would be better effect of income redistribution with lesser income inequality. So this would be the outcome of the income redistribution or welfare. And also in theory, there are such theories saying that welfare would undermine economic growth. So if there is too generous income guarantee, then people will not work. And if there is too high a tax, then people will not invest. Then also the productivity, especially in the services side. I mean, services have lower productivity, and if we have bigger social services which have low productivity, this is going to drag down the productivity level in the economy in general. So that is the theory. And then also, if you just keep doling out welfare, then this is also going to undermine fiscal soundness, is another argument. On the other hand, there are also the theories saying that welfare will promote economic growth. So, for example, according to the Keynesian theory, it can increase effective demand. It could also foster industrial restructuring. Because some workers in Korea, even today, are saying that dismissal means murder, and they would stand against industrial restructuring until the end. But so rather than that, fostering industrial restructuring will be better for all of us. And then it will increase employment. It would also develop resources. And then now between cash versus in-kind service. Now for cash, now this is basically income transfer, so either like unemployment benefits and so forth. So there is obviously going to be income redistribution effect. But then if they come without work requirements, then this could actually be a demotivating factor against work. Social services. Now this means that for household spending, this is being socialized, meaning that there is an indirect redistribution effect of income. It would also promote economic activities by women. So for example, social services include like caregiving, public education, in other words, traditional women's role. And if we can socialize such a traditional female's role, then that means that women will have more opportunities to conduct economic activities. And also they themselves can be jobs for women too. And the active labor market policies. Now, these are market-friendly welfare programs to revitalize work. So this could increase employment, and with more employment, then this would also increase income. So those who are disadvantaged and those who are not able to work before, and if they can also work, then obviously this is going to increase the income for them and also the overall income. And this would also promote upward mobility because they can also look for better jobs. Now then, based on these theories, then for the 24 OECD members, so for about 26 years, so I have done the regressive analysis for the past 26 years on the 24 OECD members, looking at the aggregate social expenditure as well as the composition and the items of social expenditure, then how they have affected employment rate and economic growth rate, and the National Competitiveness Index, as well as fiscal balance, and income inequality, and birth rate. Now, the first about the employment rate. As you can see here, somewhere in the middle says the aggregate public social expenditure. And its impact on employment is, well, it shows that there is no correlation. Well, it actually has a minus sign, but it's not statistically significant. Now, having said that, for the social investment, so for example, the social services and also cash benefit for working family and also active labor market policies, all of them combined would have a significant positive impact on employment. Likewise, for social services, and then social services plus the ALMPs, so they all have positive impact. But looking at only the cash benefit for working families, that has no correlation. Then also ALMPs, they also have a positive impact on the employment rate. And the same thing for economic growth. So the aggregate social spending, that has little to do with economic growth. So negative or no correlation or no significant correlation. But then now for social services, and so social services plus ALMPs or ALMPs alone, they have positive correlation with economic growth. And then now the WEF, so this is the national competitiveness. Now this actually is a bit different. So in this case, the aggregate welfare spending or the aggregate social spending does have correlation in this case. But again, for other social investment items, they are also found to be significantly correlated with national competitiveness. Next is the fiscal balance. So again, for the aggregate social spending, this had negative correlation. But then what's interesting is that for the social services and also social services plus ALMPs, and so you see that in such cases, they actually ended up improving the fiscal balance. So probably in the way of positively affecting the economy. So instead of worsening the fiscal balance, it would actually improve the balance. And then now moving on to the social outcome. So looking at inequality, more specifically inequality in disposable income. Now basically for social security in any aspect, social security has the effect of reducing inequality. Now looking at the aggregate social spending, it also has a statistically significant impact of reducing inequality. But then now looking at the regression analysis, in other words, the extent of it, then the extent is lower by the social spending. So for the LMPs, now of course we have to do some more studies, but then we see that for the LMPs, now LMPs have the strongest effect of reducing inequality. This probably is because they exist to provide support for the disadvantaged to find employment, meaning that they can gain income. Anyway, so overall, they were all found to have a positive impact on reducing inequality. As for birth rate, so for all social expenditure, whatever it is, then they had the effect of increasing birth rate. In conclusion, first, now so far I have shown you some statistical analysis, and to sum that up, then for social investment, we see that social investment had a positive relation with economic outcome. So it can be expressed in family policies or LMPs or social service policies, but in the end, it creates the environment, the circumstances for women to find employment. And not only for women, but also for the others, like the long-term unemployed or other disadvantaged, helps them find employment in the labor market and also improves their productivity by developing their human capital. So perhaps that is why it has a positive impact on the economy. So it's not just about the aggregate social expenditure, but however, whatever form it is, so if it is related to that end, then it would have a type of positive effect. And Professor Kenworthy also has mentioned something to that effect, and I believe that this once again ascertains what he has explained earlier. Now, then, for time's sake, let me go through very quickly some of the case studies. Now, yes, as it was mentioned earlier, not all these countries were always doing good. So for Sweden, in the early 1990s, they had an economic crisis similar to the Asian financial crisis that Korea went through in the late 1990s. And then since then, I believe that Sweden was reborn as a country, completely detached from the past. So they basically welcomed monetarism. Then also they went through deregulation, market opening, for example, the new public. So they had the new public governance, and then also they put in a very strong fiscal rule with the aim of having 1% surplus. And for welfare reforms, so for some unsustainable pension systems under the aging society, so they have also reformed the pensions. So for example, the NDC income pension was reformed, and the basic pension was also reformed to guarantee pension, meaning that it was retargeted By doing, they were able to increase the sustainability of the pensions. They also brought in the ADL reform, which is the long-term care service for the elderly. And then for the generosity of the benefits, they were lowered. And then they have also strengthened the requirement, like job requirements. And then for social services, they were decentralized or privatized so that they could choice and also promote competition in this field as well. So these were the series of reforms that Sweden put in place since 1992. And I believe that they were successful in realizing a rebirth of Sweden as a nation. Likewise, for Denmark, they also had a big struggle since the mid-1970s. They had negative growth between 74, 75, and also in 1982. In 1 year, they had the fiscal deficit of 9.1% of the GDP, and the unemployment rate was 9% in 1981. And then they had a change in the government, changed to the Conservative Party. From then on, they had reform in their labor market, and they put in flexicurity. So as was explained earlier, I mean, the Danish labor market is quite flexible, so the dismissals are freer than other countries. But then it was combined with the ALPs, with focus on employment services and training. And for the unemployment benefits, now they used to be quite generous, but now they all lowered the replacement rate. But then they also with some eligibility requirements. For example, you have to go through training or do job seeking in order to receive the benefits. In other words, the flexible labor market, ALMPs, and the generous with strict eligibility, unemployment benefits. So they achieved this golden triangle to tide over the difficulty at the time. And then looking at the welfare reforms, they also had the fiscal stabilization of the pension. Then they also put in place the occupational pension. In other words, now they have the occupational pension coverage of about 80% of all workers, meaning that this is also semi-public pension. So Korea has the national pension, and now in their case, they also have the occupational pension, so a very strong backstop of pension support. And then for public childcare and parental leave benefits, now they have also been strengthened. And then also they broadened the employment insurance coverage to include the self-employed as well. So they became the first country in the world to introduce such unemployment insurance that also covers not only employees but also the self-employed and other types of workers. Now, the same case with the Netherlands. I mean, so that they had what's called the Dutch disease. So they had this reputation of really being suffering in. But again, they also went through a series of reforms. And what they have done is actually they have increased part-time labor in order to increase flexibility. But now in this case, the part-time work, now this is regular work. And in order to increase security for workers, they have also come up with the flexicurity agreement. So in other words, for the part-time workers, they would be entitled to the same type of social security as the full-time workers. And also in this case, they have strengthened the eligibility of the unemployment benefits while reducing the replacement rate. And then for the inactive labor, they have tried to make them economically active again through ALMPs. And they have also introduced the sick leave. And then they have provided dual income family support. And they were able to increase women's employment rate quite a lot. They also have the parental leave, and also similar to the Danish case, they have the occupation pension, wide coverage. So this has become almost a semi-public pension. So in this, the retirement pension is quite helpful in their post-retirement livelihood. And then now looking at the Netherlands social spending, I did mention that this is much lower than the other countries and also compared to the OECD countries. But that is pretty much buffered by the occupational pension, especially in the form of the retirement pension. And then next case is Germany, which also was derided as the Europe's patient in the 1990s, with unemployment rate reaching like 11% and for deficit 3% to the GDP. But then in the mid-2000s, they put in place the Hartz reform. And also they reformed the public pension. The replacement rate was lowered to 40%, and the eligibility age was pulled up to 67. And then also the eligibility was in general strengthened. And what's interesting is that they have come up with a universal parent benefits, and this was instrumental in increasing the birth rate from around 1.23 to 1.7. Now then, to sum up what I have explained so far. Now we see that these four countries, at one time or another, have gone through difficult economic situation, which prompted economic, labor, and welfare reforms. And looking at the reform, especially the welfare reform, so if we just get the welfare reform, then we can see that for the public pension, what they have done was to stabilize the fiscal funding. And then they have also implemented healthcare, long-term care services in order to better control the welfare spending. Basically, healthcare and pension take up about 70% of the welfare spending. So what they have done was to try to curb the spending these two fronts. On the other hand, the ALMPs and the family support, we see that these policies have been strengthened. And I believe that they actually point the direction for Korea as well. And for the unemployment benefits, they have strengthened the eligibility and lowered the income replacement rate. I do not think that they are applicable to Korea because in Korea, the replacement rate is still very low. So in our case, we would actually have to pull up the replacement rate of the unemployment benefit, perhaps to the level of these four countries, say. Let me just show you one more image before I conclude. Now, looking at these four countries from another angle, you could also see it like this. Now, the left wing, now this is the share of the pension and healthcare out of total welfare. And the right wing is the welfare aside from that. So, for example, the social services, income support, and also the ALPs. So this is the percentage share of these services to the GDP. Now you see that the countries with long left wing, and then again, so if the left wing is long, right wing is short. And the right wing is short, then the left wing is long. So what this means is that this is because of the make of the social spending. As you can see that the many of Western European countries, they have long left wing and short right wing, whereas for the Northern European countries, they have short left wing and then longer right wing, meaning that they spend more on the services and ALMPs. I see the same pattern for the Netherlands, which you can find at the bottom. And so again, this speaks to the composition or the makeup of the social spending. But now looking at Korea, well, perhaps because the social spending is so low today, but if we are to leave it as it is, along with the current pace of the aging, then how is our spending going to change? Now looking at the healthcare, the red line, and then the aging, the blue line, you see that the pension expenditure will continue to grow. But then for the other welfare spending, like for example, for the productive population, it will remain at the rock bottom. So what this means is that it is going to be very much like the Southern European, the Japanese type, or in other words, the pro-old. according to Professor Nelson. So what we need is to have a better balance between these lines. What this means is that we need to shift to a welfare system with focus on social services. So we need to have the type of welfare spending that is like social investment. Now, on one hand, the spending on the elderly is bound to increase. I mean, it is bound to increase. There's no going back. Then we need to try to flatten the growth as much as possible, whereas we need to also strengthen the family support policies. For example, based on the dual income model, we also need to invest more on LMPs. And today, what we don't have enough. So, for example, the social safety net in the labor market and unemployment benefits in the labor market, we don't have enough of them. So perhaps we need to have like income-based benefits like in Denmark, or like the unemployment benefits in Germany. So we need to strengthen our unemployment support. By doing so, the welfare and employment and economy will be perhaps able to start some kind of virtuous cycle. And perhaps that could help move towards sustainable welfare and sustainable economic growth. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Yang. Thank you very much for the very interesting presentation. So he has shown us the path taken by the European so far, and then also provided us with the suggestions for path forward to perhaps reduce the pension healthcare spending while increasing social services. So thank you very much.
Now moving on to the second presentation, which will be delivered by Professor Shin Kwang-young from Chungak University, Leggett Welfare and Social Disorder, focusing on Japan and the United States. Please welcome Dr. Shin with a big round of applause. Pleased to meet you all. Thank you very much for inviting me to this very important conference. It's such an honor. I feel a very heavy sense of responsibility indeed. I will be talking about this important topic, and Dr. Yang talked about a very successful case. However, I'll be talking about an example of failure, or perhaps an example that has a lot of problems, social issues. Japan and the United States. In a way, they're very different, but in a way quite similar in terms of their characteristics, in terms of growth, jobs, as well as welfare. So I'll be drawing the comparison too. And I'll be comparing the institutions. Here I'll be talking about why Japan and the United States. Why do we need to understand these two countries in greater detail? And I will take a deeper look at their labor markets and also their welfare systems. And we will look at the reforms that were implemented in Japan and the US States, especially under the Abe administration in Japan, and also Clinton and Obama administrations led by the Democratic Party in the US, and the lessons learned from the two countries, and the implications for Korea. Learning from these two countries so that we not repeat their mistakes. Well, I don't want to say that these were mistakes, but nonetheless, we cannot say that there were successful cases because they did not actually achieve the desired effects of reforms. So Japan and the United States, as you may be very well aware, they're advanced capitalist economies with great economic power, G1 and G2. Until 2009, Japan was the second largest economy in the world. These two countries, as you may be very well aware, well, Japan In terms of the academic influence, not too great. But of course, in terms of economic power, very influential. So in terms of the economic policies and so the political policies, of course, there was a lot of influence coming from Japan and the United States. However, these two countries, especially in terms of reforms, there were a lot of failures that were experienced by the two countries. It seems that many problems are becoming worse and worse in these two countries. And even in terms of economic growth, we're seeing that the economic growth is losing steam, and it's actually leading to a vicious cycle. Especially, we're seeing a decline in the savings rate. So, for example, we need to have an increase in terms of savings rate so that it could lead to more investment. We're not really seeing a lot of potential in terms of growth because of the decline in the savings rate. And the most critical element related to that is that there are issues in terms of welfare. So after the 1960s, we're looking at the GDP growth. So the top line is the USA. And from the right, we're looking at the China GDP, which is G2. And Japan, that's G3. China has crossed over and has shot up at the point 2009. And we see in 2020, China has actually shown an exponential growth in terms of GDP. Now, Japan and China cannot be compared with each other. So, looking at Japan, starting from 1995, GDP has just leveled off, stagnated somewhat. Then why so? Why hasn't Japan not growing? Of course, there would be many issues. And what about the United States? We see that there is an impressive growth in terms of GDP, but there are serious internal issues in the country. It's a different type of society. And in terms of institution, system, and policy, it is very important to understand the country from an analytical point of view. This slide shows the GDP growth rate. Sweden is showing a quite healthy growth rate, not even in the 21st century. Now, U.S. growth rate and the Swedish growth rate. Swedish growth rate is actually higher than that of the U.S. And the savings rate that I talked about before, which is becoming an issue. The red line over here, that's the U.S. and blue dot, Japan. Overall, among the OECD countries, they're in the lower ranking in terms of the savings rate. So across the board, you can say that the economies do not seem to be working quite well, but not only in terms of economy, but also in terms of society as well as welfare. So, labor market and welfare issues. So these are two aspects that are very important, or two keywords in understanding the problem. First, beginning with welfare. So who are the welfare providers? Generally speaking, we say families and the state. However, Japan, they're quite unique in a way that they have a company welfare system. They have a very advanced company welfare system that within the company, usually the large companies, they have a unionized system, the labor unions, that they have a company union system. So they are only interested in what is going on within the company, and they have a very productive union system. Because of this, we have these large companies that have unionized labor, and we have those other smaller companies that do not have labor union, which is actually leading to welfare system not really being fully developed as a result. Now, what about the United States? At the 1930s, after the Great Depression, the welfare system was developed, but basically speaking, the United States actually took a minimalist approach in terms of welfare system. And they maintained that policy for quite a long time, and still to this date, minimalist intervention policy. So it is only, for example, intervening in an area for those people who are unable to get the support they need. So they call it the minimalist welfare provider policy, which means that it is based on the means test. So you have to first verify how poor you are, and those people will be targeted for the support to be provided by the government. This slide shows the welfare capitalism scheme. This is a framework for understanding the scheme for welfare capitalism. Now we see the family households. These are the micro-level economic participants. You see the interworkings or the relations between the people, or we see the symptoms, for example, and the symptoms that come as a result of, for example, the body and the functions and the deflation. And at a society level, for example, we see issues such as death rate, aging, and so forth. So these are, for example, the problems that will be coming as a result of the relations between the market state and the households, and also the suicide and crime and homicides. This is not an issue that is addressed extensively. However, I think this is really important. Crime, that is really important, an indicator when we talk about the quality of a society and also life. Japan and the United States, again, have very different social structures. For Japan, it's taking a maximalist interventionist approach to the economy. This is a common approach that you see in the Eastern Asian economies, a developmental state. United States, it's opposite, minimal approach to the market, and also in terms of the welfare policy as well. It's very market-oriented, market-driven social structure. Next. So how come the welfare system hasn't really been developed in Japan, although the economy has been so much advanced? Because you're now looking at the share of company welfare in Japan. Out of the total welfare system in Japan, up until the late 70s, company welfare actually had a bigger share compared to state welfare in Japan, because the company provided a sufficient level of welfare benefits to people. the people that were that belonged to the labor unions in large companies, they really didn't pay much attention to the company, the state welfare system. Depending on the size of the company, depending on the level of wage, different type of welfare benefits were provided to the workers. And Japan and the United States also have different labor market structures. As you understand, in Japan, a number of Japanese companies resort to lifetime employment system. For example, people with more than there are a lot of employees that are in the same company for over 10 years. More than 45% of employees stay in the company for over 10 years, but that's about 25% in the U.S. So the labor market in the U.S. and in Japan are very different from each other. Now, in this process, another change that we in Japan is that non-regular workers have expanded in number continuously. Now they have grown to account for about 40%. So 2 out of 5 have become non-regular workers. Especially the top line, that is the number of part-timers, people that are providing part-time work. And 60% of them are female workers. So female / part-time workers. Because of that growing share of such workers, that's leading to income inequalities. And you see that there's a share between the regular and non-regular workers. And also in the labor market, once a person becomes unemployed, we try to understand the income security. This is the OECD statistics shown in the slide. That's the unemployment protection. Now, towards the right, that's more protected a person becomes. The left is less protected. In the United States, that's very unprotected. Maybe that's a little higher than Turkey. Japan is in the middle. That's about the medium level of protection. So labor market in the U.S. and that in Japan, they're showing different characteristics. Despite such differences, the commonality that we see is that the states do not intervene in labor market through policies. As a result, fiscal spending by the government is very low. Now we see Denmark fiscal spending in the labor market. Now the Denmark case is where the government is very active in labor market. For example, providing employment services or vocational training. But in Japan and the United States, the government really doesn't intervene in the labor market. For example, in terms of addressing employment issues or ensuring employment stability and security. That's the common theme that we see across Japan and the United States. Now coming back to Japan. This slide shows the current status and the future of Japan. In 1991, when the bubble burst in the country, they went into the long-term stagnation. And at that time, those people who were not to save were nearing their retirement age. That led to continued decline in savings rate, but that actually drove down savings rate further. But in recent years, they used to enjoy high savings rate. But and so for the elderly population, even they were not able to save at all. They were experiencing a negative savings rate. So together with the stagnation and the negative savings rate, their post-retirement life became very challenging. So let's take a look at some major features in the welfare system in Japan and the United States. We're supposed to have some numbers here. I don't know whether you see. It's 18.6% for United States. And then we have the UK right above that, 22.1% for Japan, right above that. So compared to other countries, their social expenditures versus GDP are quite low. And right below that, that's Korea. In 1990, it was 2.8%, the social expenditure level. And above Korea is Chile. And still, South America is actually higher than Brazil and Argentina. That's 17 to 18% above the United States. Out of the total GDP, just by looking at the share welfare, of course, we cannot just look at to say that, especially if we're, for example, looking at that and say that that's the amount that is spent on welfare, because in many cases, sometimes that even higher than Korea and even higher than the United States or Japan. And here the slide on the right side, this is spending excluding spending on aging population. We don't see that there is not much differences between Japan and the United States. So US and Japan are in a weaker situations compared to the European counterparts. So something that's easily overlooked is as follows. We see outcomes in terms of life expectancy. What do I mean by this? So life expectancy at birth in the US, it's 76.3 years of age. It's 4 to 5 years lower than that of Korea. Compared to Europe, that's 5 to 6 years lower as well. So Turkey, the level of Turkey is similar to that of the US. Life expectancy seems to be a very simple indicator. It shows a lot of things. Of course, it shows welfare, and of course, food culture is related to this as well. But still, life expectancy is actually one of the lowest in the US among the advanced countries, yet medical expenditure is quite high. That's a paradox. I think that's facing America. Now, including welfare, a lot of public services, this is a share of public employment out of the total employment. Middle here in the chart is the US. The far right is Japan. Far left is Norway. That's about 30% of total employment. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and Finland, they're all Nordic countries. 28% to 30%. So 30% of people work in public jobs. And Japan has the lowest share. That's about 6%. Then next, the second lowest, Korea. We say big government, but Korea is one of the countries with the smallest governments. We can say. And as a result of this system, what do we end up with? I just want to say social disorder. Various type of conflicts and problems that we come to face. I call it social disorder. Inequality, poverty, low birth rate. And in terms of society, we face unemployment, suicide, and homicide. Let's take a look at it one by one. Poverty and inequality. Putting that one next to one another. Dr. Kenworthy also presented some indicators to compare societies. Here, I crossed over inequality and poverty. To the far right, that's Latin America. Inequality level is high. Also poverty. And bottom left is Scandinavian countries. Low inequality and low poverty. And in the middle, the triangle, that's Anglo-Saxon countries, the US, Australia, and UK. Inequality not as well, it's relatively high, and poverty is relatively high. But Korea and East Asian countries, they're quite near this triangle, Korea and Japan. They're very much next to the US, so relatively the inequality and poverty is high. And the second from the left, the circle, that's France, Netherlands, and Germany. The second circle from left, that's continental Europe. So the United States, very close to Latin American countries. So in terms of two indicators, again, poverty, that's higher than that of Chile. And in terms of Gini coefficient, 0.39 inequality. Chile in Latin America, and among the Latin countries, two countries are presented here. Brazil, Argentina. It was 0.45 or 0.5, so high inequality in relative terms. So the United States is quite close to these countries. This is data from Piketty. Comparison between Japan, United States, and Europe. We have the United States data in the middle. Top 1% income concentration. The gray line that is moving upwards. And the bottom 50% share in black line. The United States is showing extreme lines. So we see concentration of wealth, and Europe is on the right side. So we see concentration as well, but it's smoother, and we see Japan on the left. It was showing such a trend in the past, but it's leveling off. It's really not moving in that direction right now. So in Japan, inequality is an issue, but poverty is becoming a very serious social issue. This is a recent trend in terms of inequality, especially related to poverty, relative poverty, how that's changing. So 1 out of 6 households is in poverty. So I will skip this slide. So as a result, prolonged stagnation, economic inequalities, poverty, worsening poverty, and as a result, the fertility rate is going down. Korea's fertility rate, our birth rate, is actually lower than that. This is Japan's long-term demographic changes. This is the suicide rate in Japan. There is a very high suicide rate in Japan, just like Korea. The rate has come down a bit recently, but it's still quite high. I know I'm running out of time, so I will skip a few slides. So, generally speaking, poverty rate and also welfare, they're all related to suicide rate and also crimes rate. And in the United States, suicide, about 47,511 people commit suicide. And next is homicides. That's about twice the rate of homicides, suicides. So homicide rate among the OECD countries, except for Mexico, that's the highest. In the about 10 times than the European countries. Welfare is also closely related to a welfare system of a country. So when we are trying to look at a society, we have to look at crimes rate as well as a suicide rate. I think that's a very important indicator to consider for evaluation. Now, coming back to Abenomics in Japan, that was a reform policy was implemented by the Japanese government in the past. However, it's generally viewed as a failed policy. So growth, birth rate, pro-birth policy, and welfare promotion, all these policies were not really fully achieved. So the reforms that were implemented by the Abe administration really didn't achieve the desired results because deflation continued, but fiscal debt continued to increase, snowballed about 250%. The debt skyrocketed to 250%. So they didn't achieve the desired effect. It just led to more debt on the government. And in terms of the reforms in the U.S., under the Clinton administration, the workfare was implemented, and the temporary assistance of needy families, the TAMF system was introduced. The major characteristics of the reform in the USA, in terms of the program reform, it was not a program reform. It was not a systematic reform, but it was a program-specific reform. And under the Obama administration, they focused on medical healthcare reform. They tried to provide coverage for the people that were uninsured. Still, 7 to 8% of people are not insured. About 25 million people still do not have any insurance coverage. And the United States, a country where there's a lot of healthcare spending per capita. This is private healthcare spending. Total per capita spending, out-of-pocket spending, private spending is the largest in the U.S. Life expectancy among the OECD country is actually the lowest in the U.S. So So the reforms in the United States have not been fully successful. And there were some improvements made in terms of the programs in the US, but it's still a high level of inequality and also poverty in the US. And the reforms have not been very successful in addressing these issues. So coming to the conclusion, Japan and the United States, they're major economic powers, G1 and G3. Nevertheless, there are still many social problems. The major social issue in the US is that there are many criminals, 2.2 million are prisoners. They're criminals. Once they're out of the prisons, the unemployment rate goes up by 1.4%. There are too many people in the prisons, behind the bars. So this is really a crimes issue. So the American society, as an economic powerhouse, has been making a lot of progress in terms of quantitative growth. But in terms of qualitative growth, the structural issues, the systematic issues, still has a long way to go and has many tasks to address. And these are very chronic issues or issues that are hard to tackle. They have to do more than just programmatic tackling. They need systematic reforms. However, American politics, just like the Korean politics, there are bipartisan conflicts, confrontations, and so it will be quite difficult to expect a major reform to take place. In the case of Japan, the Social Democratic Party of Japan, it's a one-party system there. But they don't have a good party system over there with a good vision for the future. So we really cannot expect a new vision to come forward in Japan as well. So in this context, what should Korea do? What should be the right path forth for Korea? What should be the lessons learned for the Korean government? Some of the past mistakes that should not be repeated in the Korean government. And with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. Your presentation was very interesting. We learned from Japan and the United States. They're very similar, but different in many ways. Give us a history lesson in a way. So we could learn these two different case examples, and I hope that we'll be able to design a better model for inclusive growth. And the last presentation was delivered by Ko Young-sun, Senior Research Fellow from KDI, who will talk about key features of Korea's income inequality and proposals for inclusive growth. Please welcome the speaker with a big round of applause.
Yes, hello, this is Young-sun Ko from KDI. I am aware of the delay in the schedule, so allow me to briefly touch upon the highlights. Now, first about the inequality, and this is the trend in international comparison of Korea. First, this is the Gini coefficient. Now, as you can see from the early 1990s, Gini coefficient was rising, and then now this continued into the 2000s, but then now since then, you see that it has started to fall. So in Korea, we usually think that the worsening redistribution started from the Asian financial crisis, but then we can see that it actually started from the mid-1990s. This is comparison with other OECD countries, and it's a bit higher than other countries, but still it's not too bad. And now this is the relative poverty. So if we say that 50% is the median, so 50% of the median income and below that is poverty, then you see that this is what you see. So similar in literature. So you can see that it was rising in the 1990s, and then from the 2010s it was falling. And then compared to the OECD countries, one thing is interesting. So between the working age population and retirement age, then you see that the patterns are starkly different. On the left-hand side, the working age population between 18 to 65, then you see the poverty rate in Korea is not noticeably high. But the picture becomes different on the right side. So that is the retirement age population above 65. I see that the poverty rate is 43%, overwhelmingly higher than any other country. Why is this? Why is there such a high poverty rate among the elderly? Now, first is, as we all know, the national pension in Korea, the history is not that long, the national pension. So the pensionable people are not that many. So I would say that that is why there is such a high rate of poverty among the elderly, especially on the right-hand side. Then, now this is the social expenditure by OECD countries. Now, and you see that the old age, and you see that Korea expenditure is very low in old age. And another important cause, I believe, is the, let's say, the inadequate skills and perhaps having to do with the education level. So on the right-hand side, share of population with college degree, and then now you see Korea on the far left. So between 25 to 34, the young people, 70% have college degree. But then between 55, 64, then you see that it falls quite low to only about 20%. Again, such difference in educational attainment is probably another big attributor to the poverty rate among the elderly. And this also means that then on the flip side, since we have national pension with more people eligible, and also the current young people becoming older, so then perhaps these issues would be alleviated with time. And then now, in sum, the income inequality or the poverty problem in Korea, this is due to old age, low skill, and insufficient public pension. Given this, then, perhaps now for the current elderly population, I believe that what we need is targeted cash support. Of course, for the working age population, we need different strategies, which I will go into in a bit. Now, as we all know, for the household income, most of it comes from labor income. So as you can see that about 2/3 is coming from labor income. So then even for the working age population, then you can see that for the inequality, and this is actually comes down to wage inequality. So as you can see here, so and then Gini 1, 2, 3. So these are similar to the Gini coefficient image earlier. So you see they go up and down. And then now this is the yellow line that I myself drew. And then this is from the Ministry of Employment and Labor based on the survey on wage structure. And then now Q5 to minus Q1 gap. So this is the quintile distribution. And then you can see that the quintile ratio, it was going down, and then now in the 1990s it would go up, and then you see that since the late 2000s it was going down again, which is very similar to the overall income distribution. So again, for the working age population, then I believe that it comes down to wage inequality. So then I divided the total workers into 5 quintiles. So at the bottom, so this is the first quintile, and then now the middle is the middle income level, and then the top. So this is the top quintile. Now for men, what is the share of men? Now at the top, you see that over 80% are male workers. In other words, the top earners. Fewer than 20% are women. And then also, now at the bottom, so in the bottom quintile, you see that 1/3 are men, 2/3 are women. On the right-hand side, this is the share of workers with 4-year university degree, and you can see that again there is a big educational attainment difference by income quintile. So at the bottom, you see that only about 20% have university degrees. And then now here on the left-hand side, this is the share of workers in businesses with over 300 employees. And then you can see that at the top, you see that about a half of them are working in large businesses, where at the bottom, very few are working in large businesses. What is interesting is on the right-hand side. Now, in the 1980s, the average age So you see that in the 1980, so at the top, you see that the average wage is 37, the bottom 23, meaning that you will start out in the labor market at a young age, and then with age, your wage would go up. But then now this trend has also changed. So you can see that at the bottom, now the average age is 46, which is the same as the top earners. So then summing up what I have explained so far, then those who are at the bottom of the income quintile, then they have low education, working in small business, and they are older. So the working poor. So this is the picture of the working poor that we have in Korea today. And then here on the left-hand side, this is the tenure, meaning how long you work in a certain company. And then now the top, you see that their average tenure is close to 15 years. At the bottom is only about 2.5 years. And then also on the right-hand side, this is your career in the labor market. And those with over 5 years, so at the bottom, it's only 30%. And then now at top, now despite the fact that they are close to 46 years old, I mean, you see that they are in the labor market, not for long still. And then now another income cause is the wage premium. And I would say that there is actually the education premium as well. Now, first for education premium, so the baseline is the high school graduate. And then based on the high school graduate, we also show the education premium. So we usually compare this to the 4-year university degree. And then now, in the 80s, the education premium was quite high. And then it would fall. And then starting in the 1990s, it would rise again. 10 years later, it started to fall again. And then now, this is what I have shown you earlier. So in other words, the income inequality. So you see that it actually draws a similar pattern to the income inequality. So what this shows is for the skills. So you see that the demand for skills kept changing in the market. And then depending on the required skill at the time, how the high school graduates or the university graduates move, depending on that the wage premium would also change. And for the detailed analysis, you can also find them in the references below. But anyway, so overall, I would say that perhaps the education or the demand was actually an important factor in determining the premium as well. Then now this is the establishment size. So for the wage premium coming from the establishment size, you can see that it continued to grow. And again, interestingly enough, since the 1990s, you can see that the premium was clearly rising. Since 2010's premium would fall. On the right-hand side, this is how employment has changed by business size. So at the top is companies with over 500 employees, and this is the share of workers in such large companies. And then you can see that in the 1980s, about 35% were working in such large companies, but now it's less than 20%. This also means that there are fewer people employed by large companies, meaning the large workplaces are reducing, and then the mid-sized businesses are increasing. And now in Korea, the share of large workplaces is actually quite small. So this is the OECD data, and their basis is 250 plus workers. Oh, I'm sorry. So this is the difference in productivity. I'm sorry. So then for the 250 plus worker businesses, so that is the denominator. And then 100 plus workers. And then you see that it's only about 1/3, meaning that those working in medium-sized companies have productivity that is only 1/3 of the employees working in large companies. Of course, there can be various factors, like, for example, monopoly, but I would say that still probably the productivity is the cause of it. In other words, the company's productivity itself could be the cause of this. So one evidence is what you see on the right-hand side, and that is the R&D expenditure. So this is the share in business R&D expenditure. So between the 250 plus companies and 500 plus companies, Now, in the case of Korea, you see that it's between 70 to 80%. In other words, most of the R&D is coming from large companies. So perhaps the difference in the R&D expenditure is also difference in the productivity difference as well. And this is by sector and by occupation, how the workplace size has changed. In other words, as I mentioned earlier, the large workplaces are reducing and decreasing, but amidst this, on the left-hand side, you see that the heavy and chemical industry. Now, the heavy and chemical industry, they are relatively maintaining their large-scale workplaces. And also on the right-hand side, professional, technical, and managerial occupations, you see that many of these jobs are still in large workplaces. So in other words, the size of the workplaces, they could spell the difference in productivity and also the difference in skills level. Now, in the case of Korea, what is the issue is the traditional services. So on this table, you see agriculture, mining, construction, energy, manufacturing, services, including traditional services, and then in the white box. So these are what we call the traditional services. So wholesale and retail, and then accommodation and food service, and then other services. So these are what I define as traditional services here. And you see that the productivity in these traditional services is very low. When it comes to the employment share, it's 28.7%, so close to 30%. So 30% of Korean workers are in the traditional services, but their productivity is very low. So based on 1 million won, so this is data from 2018. But so the average is about 9 million won. And then, I'm sorry, so it's 0.9. And then compared to the Korean average, that's only about 40%. So we talk about the regular worker share, and we also talk about other issues. But I believe that it actually has a lot to do with the industrial structure as well as the size of the establishments. So earlier, Professor Roderick mentioned that jobs actually come from good firms, and this, I believe, is what it means. Now then, using my own methodology, I have also analyzed the Korean wage gap. Well, rather than classification, it's decomposition. So I have decomposed the wage gap of Korea. So based on 2020, then I would say that the biggest factor is the firm size. So out of the total wage gap, total inequality, about 15% comes from firm size, meaning that between the large workplaces and medium-sized companies, so the difference in size can explain about 15% of the wage gap in Korea. Now, of course, there's the occupational factor, but aside from that, then education explains about 7.7%. So Korean education, in terms of the university enrollment, they say that it's over 70%, so many university workers. But still, between the university graduates and high school graduates, the wage gap is very large. Then also, even among the university graduates, there is also a big difference, and I believe that such educational difference spells a difference in the wage. Next is about the establishment size. As I mentioned earlier, the workplace size difference also spells the difference in workers' wage. Now then, again, to summarize what I have explained so far. Now going back to the wage distribution, then I believe that what is the most serious is the problem of the lowest income quintile group. So their low skills, and then also their relative late entrance into the labor market, and also their low tenure means that they have low job security. What do we do for them? I mean, there could be many ways. Like, for example, we could increase the minimum wage, but rather than that, I believe what we need are two other things. In other words, to improve the labor market flexibility and also to have the in-work benefits. So I believe they can be more effective mechanisms. So especially those at the bottom of the wage distribution, even if we were to, try to protect their income level, their job itself is very tenuous. So that the minimum wage itself is actually not going to be of help. It might actually be worsening the insecurity, because in the case of Korea, we have the law against the contract workers, meaning that after 2 years of contract, then you have to be turned to permanent workers, meaning that they would be let go after 2 years, meaning that they would have to look for another job every 2 years. This could actually be counterproductive for them, which means that perhaps in their case, income flexibility would be better. And then another is the earned income tax credit. So we also need to provide some cash benefits. But then for me, training perhaps might not be as effective as we might expect, because their average age, is close to 46. So in terms of their literacy, so the literature, I mean, when they talk about training, then literature all say that training for the older workers might not be as effective. And the second is, this can never be overemphasized, and that is education. So equality of opportunity in education and also improving the quality of education would be very important. And the third important factor is, again, let me reiterate that between the workplaces of different sizes, in other words, the gap between large and mid-sized workplaces, so we also need to alleviate that. But so far, the Korean paradigm is that SMEs are the underdogs and the large companies are the big players. So we have to protect the underdogs, the SMEs, and then we have to fight against large companies. But I don't think that is the right direction. So we need to encourage the SMEs to become large companies so that they can also create more decent jobs, meaning that we need to encourage them to scale up. So, of course, we cannot grow the size of all SMEs, but then the outstanding ones will survive and keep growing. But then those who are not competitive enough, then they would have to be exiting the market. So this is what we call the up or out. Now then, regarding the current circumstances, much has been said, but what I can say is that in almost all countries, the distribution is worsening, even in the Nordic countries like Sweden and Denmark. Since the 1980s, the distribution has been worsening. And then now economists attribute this largely to two factors. First is the technological progress. On the left-hand side, this is by Gregory Clerk. So it is from his book. And then now, since the Industrial Revolution, and then today, so the entire world was caught in the Malthusian trap. So up until the Industrial Revolution, the Malthusian trap, not much difference. But then now, since the Industrial Revolution, you see that there has been a big difference. So those who took part in the Industrial Revolution, they were able to grow their productivity much. But then for those that did not, were not able to do so, and this is called the Great Divergence by Gregory Clerk. Now, the Korean firms are investing quite heavily in R&D, so much so that it is the second highest out of the GDP, only behind Israel. And also, the Korean R&D spending is being led by the private sector. So on the right-hand side, you see the difference between private sector and the public sector R&D. 2/3 of the Korean R&D is being borne by the private sector. And then also among the private sector, the manufacturing is leading the way in R&D. So again, on the left-hand side, you see that the share in business R&D expenditure, and you see that about 90% of it is coming from manufacturing firms. So based on such high R&D, we see that the manufacturing is increasing their productivity at a very rapid pace.
And on the right side shows the labor productivity. Blue is manufacturing. In the initial stage, it was very low, and in the 1990s, it really shot up. And manufacturing labor productivity is about twice that of service industry. And the second factor is globalization, as you may assume. Richard Baldwin talked about the 2 rounds of unbundling. So globalization has its effect on distribution. Of course, it has a lot of controversies around that. But QEZ, if you look at a lot of papers around that, it has a negative effect on the distribution, a lot of people are assuming. And on the right side of the slide over here, this is the total trade volume. but the trade volume against GDP has grown substantially in early 1990s. And around 2010, it shrunk, especially in terms of income distribution and inequalities. It is going along the same trend. So it is actually having a negative impact on income inequalities. So what are the key tasks going forward? What are the key issues for inclusive growth? This is Everson paper, Trilemma of the Service Economy. This was mentioned previously. There are 3 issues to consider. Fiscal discipline. In order to ensure sustainability of a welfare state, we need to have fiscal sustainability and equality in earnings and employment growth. We could have a different type of classification models. We could have, for example, social democratic model and neoliberal model and Christian democratic model. There are merits and demerits to consider. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go into it in greater detail. But of course, we can come up with different diagrams and models. But in each of the model, there are various efforts being made in order to overcome the limitations. For example, in the neoliberal model in the US, there were efforts made in order to expand the welfare model. And also for the European continental model, the Hertz model in Germany was carried out. Now, coming back to the Germany and Sweden Hertz reform and fiscal discipline model. We think that this is the employment service model. It was really about enhancing labor market flexibility was really critical, especially for reducing restrictions on the use of temporary workers and on dismissals, because there was a lot of competition in the international market. That they understood that even the labor unions realized that they needed to become more flexible in terms of dismissals. And I think that's the gist of the Hartz reform. And as Professor Yang mentioned, in the case of Sweden in the 1990s, they introduced a very strict fiscal disciplines. For example, introduced ceilings and expenditures. They came up with the surplus targets, and they also set in place fiscal policy councils. They also introduced a debt anchor, defined 35% of GDP in order to manage their fiscal deficits. I'm going to skip this slide. So conclusions to summarize. In order to do the welfare correctly and do it right, of course, we have to narrow the gap in income and also to create jobs. And we also have to sustain our fiscal soundness. We have to do it all simultaneously. But in terms of job growth and earnings equality, we're lagging behind other countries. But fiscal sustainability, perhaps we're doing okay, but that's actually getting worse, especially under the current administration, because we have been very expansionary in terms of fiscal spending. So it's all about distribution. The major theme of this conference, welfare and distribution. It is all about generating quality jobs. It's about good jobs that Dr. Roderick talked about in the morning. So rather than good job, quality jobs. I think good jobs is a very good term to use. So let's talk about the proposals, recommendations for Korea's inclusive growth. So we talk about inclusive growth quite a lot, but we need to first define inclusive growth correctly. What does it mean? So it's about widening opportunities for political and economic participation that are open to all people so that they can actively engage themselves in productive activities and also create wealth. That is mentioned in the Acemoglu and Robinson, calling such a system as an extractive one. That's very much in contrast to many countries having an elite group that monopolize in political power and distorting economic system. Inclusive growth is going beyond redistribution through taxes and transfers and rather emphasizing equitable primary distribution based on productive activities such as education, investment, and work. So in order to achieve this, we need to focus on 4 main tasks. First, driving productivity growth, Dr. Roderick emphasizes this point very extensively, and also to improving the quality of human resources and to protect workers effectively, and also to ensure fiscal discipline. First, productive growth. People think that you can just create jobs out of nowhere. However, jobs come from companies, and to be specifically, it comes from entrepreneurs. And from specific or industry-specific skills have to be developed, and employees have to build their capacity. So entrepreneurship actually is hindered by various regulations. And regulations are actually hindering various corporate activities among the OECD countries. And SMEs and startups, scaling up has to be encouraged continuously. We have too many SMEs and too little large companies. About only 1/4 of the employees are working at companies with firms with 250 workers. If you look at Germany, for example, there are about 60% of companies with 250 workers. So we need to have a lot of companies with bigger. We need to have a larger companies that are employing a lot of companies. So we really need to have a different type of company structures here. And second, high quality human resources. This shows a fraction of high school graduates advancing to tertiary education. That's a family income quintile, broken down into 5 different quintiles. So those people that are coming from poor households, there are less and less people that are moving into tertiary education. So I think that there are a lot of problems to be overcome in terms of primary and secondary education. So especially we have a lot of problems in terms of public education. And public education really needs to be fully reformed. And also tertiary education should be reformed in a way that meets the needs of the industries. For example, we have a lot of controversies and discussions on cutting the level of the tuition levels of the universities. That discussion has to continue. Next, upgrading or the protecting our workers. We talk about a lot of regulations in the labor market. We also need to think about providing better active labor policies, as well as passive policies, for example, workers, refer policies, and so forth. There are pros and cons as well, especially when technology is advancing and market is changing so fast. Rather than providing new regulations, I think it is better to expand our labor-friendly policies so that workers can better adapt to the new environment, because that's going to prove to be more effective. Again, we really don't have a lot of spending in terms of the labor-friendly policies. However, we do have regulations. I'm not going to go into that. Again, especially for the poor families, especially for the working poor, they're actually inhibiting their employment opportunities, maybe putting them into corner. Next, fiscal disciplines. Again, it's worsening. And just like Sweden, we really need to come up with different measures, such as maybe reforming our pension systems. I'm really not talking about anything new, whether it is, for example, regulatory reforms or labor market reforms, fiscal reforms, or education reform. This is something that we've been talking about all these years, but how are we talking about this all the time? It is because of the value systems. We have different ideas, different ideologies. We have different value systems. For example, there are different mindsets and perceptions about SMEs and large companies as well. We're not sure whether we have to focus on productivity or whether we have to orient our policies towards large companies or SMEs. There are also vested interests here and there, and stakeholders seem to just pursue their own interests. We're unable to make any progress in our discussions. There are also a lot of conflicting values that are not being narrowed down. They're only pursuing their own self-interest. That is hindering any progress in reforms and restructuring. That is something that you learn from other Nordic countries. in terms of political reform. We know that there are other stakeholders involved and other different interests. We have to find a way to narrow the differences. What is an issue of a political leadership, especially people coming from research institutes? There are different roles to be played by different stakeholders. NGOs have different roles to play, as well as the media, research institutes, academia. We need to have a better system for reaching a social consensus, because that is going to be a make or break situation for the country as a whole. Within the framework and within accountability mechanism, and I'm very honored that I've been given this chance to deliver this presentation. We have a presidential election coming up next year, and I hope that we'll be able to make another progress forward to come up with a solution to address this conflict. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Through scaling up SMEs to improve our productivity and also to improve our human resources and also to deregulate our market system and also to better protect our workers and to also enhance our fiscal discipline. So a lot of tasks that you presented for us to solve. So thank you very much. We will move to our discussion session. For panel discussion, we're going to invite our panelists as well as our moderator to the stage. I'm going to introduce our panelists and the moderator while they come up to the stage. An Sang-hoon, Director of the Center for International Development of KDI, will moderate the session. Jae-jin Yang and Kwang Yang-shin and also Young Sun Ko, the three speakers, will come up to the stage together with four panelists. Yu-hyun, Lee-ju-hee, Kim Tae-wan, Lee Young-wook, professor from Chungang University, professor from Ewha Women's University, and researcher from Kihasa, and also researcher from KDI will come up to the stage. Thank you, and I will invite Dr. An Sang-hoon to moderate the session.
Thank you very much. Yes, I have been here since the morning. Time flew by. Thank you very much for the great learning opportunity. I was able to learn a great deal from the experts from home and abroad. I was able to listen in on the various fields, economics, sociology, and also hear about the various country experiences, Korea, US, Japan, European countries. So again, very informative and useful time. Not only that, about the path for Korea. So I believe that I can now better envision perhaps the right path for Korea, and also along the way, the challenges. Of course, they will not be easy, but they will not be insurmountable either. And then now, just looking back in the morning, let me just sum up the discussion from the morning so far very briefly. Now first, Vice Chairman Lee Gun, in his opening remarks, talked about solid growth and decent jobs and welfare and the virtuous cycle thereof. And then President Hong Jang-pyo of KDI also mentioned in his welcoming remarks that the Moon Jae-in government has come up with a shift in the policy paradigm with three important pillars, and we still have some to go. And then Professor Danny Roderick in his special lecture has mentioned that we need to move toward a productivity-oriented society that go beyond welfare state. And then he emphasized the need for good job policy. And the good job can be created by good companies. And again, along the way, labor-friendly policies should be created, for which the government's role will become even more important. Then looking to the Korean situation, then Professor Lane Worthy, what he has shed light on is about the social democratic capitalist development. Korea is quite underdeveloped. And then Sir Kenneth Nelson, from the concept of generational contract, he talked about the balance between the young people and the older people. And in the case of Korea, such balance appears to be very weak. Then in the afternoon, we have heard from three speakers about the European situation, then the Japanese situation, and then the Korean situation. And now, after all this, we now have the 4 panel discussants to have a discussion session. And after the round of discussion, we will also receive some questions, and then we would go back to the 3 speakers of the afternoon to listen to their responses. Then for the respondents, as scheduled, I would like to give you 5 minutes each. First, Professor Tok Liu of Chungang University. Thank you very much. Yes, I am Tok Hyun Liu from Chungang University. I was not able to prepare any slides, but then let me just share with you my thoughts that I have got listening to the presentations. Now, I would say that there are common characteristics and arguments of the 3 presentations today. Now, because of the socio-economic changes, the social welfare policies of the past are no longer sufficient. And we need to have innovative policies that can create a virtuous cycle of welfare, employment, and economy and fiscal soundness is how I would sum it up. But now when we look into the different policies, then it's not about the effectiveness of each policy, but then I believe that we need to have the government fiscal balance to back this up. But then now when we look at the environment surrounding the fiscal policy of Korea, then we said it is quite different from the past. First is the rapid aging of the population, so the revenue base has weakened. Then also expenditure now, because of the aging of the population, natural increase in the expenditure is considerable. Then also the industrial environment is not as easy as before. So yes, it was mentioned that good jobs do not just spring out of nowhere. And of course, the companies have to create them, but then they also have to be backed up by the government's role, for example, the fiscal policy and investment. So perhaps it is important for the government to step up and create the kind of environment that will be conducive to investment. So to sum up then, in the age of low growth and population aging, then for the welfare. Now, about 36% of the government's budget is for the welfare, employment, and labor, and it is set to grow the fastest. So then I believe that the question is how we are going to fund it all. So the question is then how much we can increase the government's finances and how we can allocate them. For example, the welfare spending, which is going to be, and also what is to be the increase. Now, in the past, when the government would come up with its vision, then it would always have the utmost priority as growth rate and the per capita GDP. So they would always use these indicators as goals. And then now Professor Shin earlier also was talking about how, let's say, some of the unfortunate and also the tragic indicators for Korea. So that is the poverty rate and also the suicide rate and the birth rate. And you see that from the beginning of life until the end of life, Korea is actually showing the worst indicators among the OECD countries. So the government, perhaps the government goal could be we're going to reduce the elderly poverty rate by how much? Also the welfare expenditure. So not only the pension, but to create an inclusive society. So the type of social expenditure that we need to create an inclusive society, then how much out of the government budget or how much out of the GDP is going to be the social expenditure, perhaps can be another goal to be set by the government. And again, the important thing is the funding, how we're to finance all this. And for this, I would like to just mention 4 more points. First is about the national debt management. Now, in the past, the goal of the national debt management was to assure fiscal soundness, which in and of itself is a very good value. I mean, it's unbeatable. That's a good value. But then perhaps that should not be the policy goal. In other words, the policy goal should be somewhere else. And the means to that end could be fiscal management or debt issuance, if it comes to that. So I believe that what we need to do is to have the goal of sustainable finance. So we need to shift the goal of our national debt management to sustainable finance. Second is to have the fiscal reform for more efficient fiscal expenditure. So in other words, for the medium-term planning, So we all talk about like restructuring expenditure or reducing tax exemptions, but I believe that we really must do this without just only talking about them. The third is for fiscal expenditure and also the fiscal rules. Actually, just introducing the fiscal rules, I believe that perhaps it is too premature, but then for the non-welfare sector, perhaps we do need to have the fiscal rule to cap the increase. So perhaps for the, for example, economic expenditure, perhaps we can set the cap or ceiling on the expenditure increase. Then last is about the welfare programs that need to be financed through tax. Then we need to have annual funding plan for introducing such new welfare programs. So because it is no longer sustainable to just keep issuing debts in order to finance the welfare. So if necessary, perhaps we can have earmarked tax for the welfare programs. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to invite Professor of Ewha Women's University, Choo-hee Lee. Thank you. This is a very meaningful discussion. I really love the topic. It's about sustainable growth and also related to climate crisis as well. If we had that topic included in this grand theme, it would have been better. But anyway, I have a comment paper here. Can we share that on the screen? So you've probably seen too many slides, and I'm very sorry that we have to look at another slide yet. But we're looking at the level of equity on the horizontal axis and the employment rate from the first presentation. We've talked about, for example, active labor policy. Of course, if you spend a lot of money on social services, and then you would have more employment as a result. But obviously, a more equal society would have more employment. And we would, of course, then do we become a more equal society? If we, for example, look at employment as a dependent variable, especially in the case of Sweden, they have a lot of social spending, but they really have a lot of cash benefits. It is because they have a lot of jobs and they really don't have a lot of poor people. They really didn't have to spend a lot in the first place. So we really have to focus on making our society an equal society. Currently, our level is about 65%. So the employment rate would have to be increased to about 70%, first of all. There's a time lag here. But the absolute size of the welfare state is really important. So what type of money do we have to spend and the results that we have to derive at? So, for example, government transfer, even after government transfer, if we really see much differences in terms of Gini coefficient because we have a lot of social spending on middle income classes. There's a lot of bias in middle income classes. Even if there's a lot of, for example, inequalities in terms of initial distribution, really is important in terms of how we spend our money, especially in terms of, for example, income transfer. We really don't give out a lot of income transfers in the first place for those people that really need a lot of money. And this is related to the third element. I didn't develop this. This is from the IMF staff calculations. The real average wage and the labor productivity we have higher labor productivity, whereas the real average wage is really low. Regular workers are mostly employed by large companies, and SMEs have non-regular workers. And Dr. Ko's presentation said that we could just scale up SMEs magically, but our for example, dumping practices, they're really not that strong, and large companies, they're really receiving all the benefits from the government. So we really have to focus more on how we can really develop and scale up SMEs. But what about 재벌 reform? And what about the prosecutors and all the lawyers, for example, that are engaged and involved in corruptive practices? What are we going to do with them? That is something to consider. We're saying that we're the latecomer in the market. We're learning from the early movers. We're trying to learn from other countries in terms of welfare. But it is true in other areas, but maybe not in terms of welfare state, because welfare state model was developed in the industrial era. We have to actually go beyond that. Because the changes that we're seeing, I think it's better for us to find a solution that is better fit for a new society and a new era. First of all, we need to expand the tax base. Because we need to provide more benefits such as land holding tax or carbon tax or robot tax. Perhaps this is the different type of tax systems or the proposals that have been put forward. It is because it came from the middle class workers. And we have to reduce tax deductibles such as tax credits on education that is regressive to strengthen redistributional effect. And also, pension systems and other type of benefits have actually been reduced in the COVID era. Maybe in the next 30 to 40 years, we have to also take interest in basic income, negative income tax. That is also being discussed in the framework of basic income tax. Earned income tax credit. That means you have to actually prove that you were not able to get any income for the time being. And you have to actually prove that you were not able to get any income for a period of like up to 1 year. That actually demotivates you to work. And I think this is one area of research for economists. And here I said public housing. Even if there's a lot of transfer income, you don't really increase a lot of disposable income because you have to put so much money in buying housing. So there's a lot of public housing support that is needed that should come from the government. Now, we have to start from equality. Now, when society is really equal, then you have a lot of children. We say there's a welfare issue, so people don't really want to have children. For a woman to have a child, to have a family, to be able to go back to work, and for one to really feel that she is an equal, a member of society, then the society can really become an equal. Perhaps then we really shouldn't be too much bogged down to that issue of a birth rate. And we could also be more generous in terms of providing more benefits to the dual earners and the second income earner, to the female worker as a second income earner of the household. Thank you very much. And we will listen to Kim Tae-won, research from Kihasa.
Yes, hello. I am Kim Tae-won from the Kihasa, Korea. So thank you very much for the presentation today. And actually what I have got beforehand were the abstracts of the paper. So I was not fully aware of the content before coming here, and now coming here and listening to the papers, I see that they're very useful, very informative content. So perhaps I do hope that they can be published farther and wider. Anyway, so I was reviewing Professor Shin and Dr. Ko's papers, so let me comment on them. Now, basically what I have been feeling since last year is that now since the 2000s, many governments have been talking about the virtuous cycle between growth and employment. Today we're talking about virtuous cycle of growth, jobs, and welfare, but has there actually a virtuous cycle? Looking at the literature so far, then yes, we used to talk about growth and distribution, but then now we have had the fiscal crisis 2008, and also when we have the pandemic like today, then now still many people say that, well, growth has to come before welfare. So then today we have been talking about virtuous cycle of growth, jobs, and welfare, but then again we have been focusing a lot on growth. So perhaps our policy paradigm has not shifted completely. Even for this government, there were talks of shifting from economic policy to social policy, but again, that was not done because of the pandemic. So I believe that perhaps there is still not enough interest in welfare than growth. So what Dr. Ko has shown earlier about the data, the indicators of the past, that 20 years later today, little has changed. So maybe what we need are bolder and more ambitious policies. So rather than welfare, we had been focusing on growth and distribution. And the reason is perhaps because we have been looking toward the US and Japan when we were trying to learn about the policymaking. And perhaps that is why we are focusing more on growth than distribution. And as was mentioned by many speakers, and also Professor Shin mentioned this quite well. Now in the US and Japan, they have labor flexibility. They also have corporate welfare. And perhaps because of that, there are some associated issues like distribution or trade crime. And we are also getting the same thing in Korea. So, of course, we still need to refer to these two countries to learn from, but then we also can learn from other countries like the European countries, as was mentioned by Professor Yang. And also, the biggest challenge for Korea today, and that this is also being often mentioned quite a lot in the lead to the presidential election next year, and that is the birth rate and also the elderly suicide, elderly poverty, and also dualism in the labor market, which is also worsening the inequality. And we do not have clear answers to these problems yet, so we need to look closely into these issues and also need to come up with a policy answer. And some of the papers attempted to provide such policy responses. Anyway, so what the scholars talked about, I do hope that the policymakers and the politicians would also accept so that they can come up with more practical policies. Then also, this was mentioned in Professor Ko's paper, but now when we look at the suicide rate, then the elderly suicide is the highest, but then now they say that we need to reform the pension system. But if we are to reform pension system, the 8 million elderly population, I mean, it is no good for them. So if we are to reform the pension system, then that is for the future generation. And I mean, it was also, we talked about the NDC, but again, that is for the young generation today. So we also have to keep our focus on the current elderly population too. And also what Dr. Ko talked about. So for example, the EITC for the low-income groups, but then EITC that's paid out only once a year. And there was a recent change, so now it's paid out twice a year. Then for the current COVID pandemic, I mean, it was going on for years. Then now, do we have like measures or policies to provide support for such long drawn-out crises? And what we have are some policies, but that is really not helpful for many of the companies. Then if we are to drive out the bad companies and let good companies thrive, then now for the workers of these bad companies, and what is going to happen to them? Do we also need support for them? It's very little. And then this could also lead to like family disintegration or elderly suicide. So if we are to have such measures or the policies, then we also need to provide support for the working age population. And also to the German unemployment benefits, we could also have that. And then also, as was mentioned earlier, like the NIT, as was Professor was mentioning. So I believe that we also need to have such policies at the basis. But again, we still have a long way to go in those policies. And again, presidential election is coming up next year. And the presidential candidates, I mean, they are talking about the elderly or the social safety net and the employment. And so I think they need to come up with more policies to improve the social safety net for the disadvantaged groups.
And last but not least, from KDI, researcher Young Lee. So welfare and growth are discussed together at this very meaningful conference, and I'm so happy to be a part of it. And I think could talk about three things. First off, while we are going through the pandemic in the post-COVID-19 era, we're discussing the virtuous cycle of growth, jobs, and welfare, and this is going to be more important than ever. In that sense, especially in relation to the presidential election that's coming up, the income-related policies are really being emphasized, and I hope that we really focus on the income policies. We're living in a contact-less society, and we have had this transition, and the jobs are becoming more diversified than ever. And with the pandemic going on, and the changes are becoming widespread than ever. And it's bringing about positive changes as well as negative implications at the same time. It is having a negative implications in terms of employability, and is also going to have inequality issues in terms of income for the working poor and the low-income families. So in terms of welfare and jobs and the virtuous cycle of ensuring the two, that's really going to be more important. So just rather than just providing them with the benefits, we have to be more proactive in terms of providing them with the employment opportunities, and also ensure that they're able to move upwards in terms of their employment ladder. So in that regards, various income security policies and alternatives are being discussed. But you really have to think more than just providing assistance and support. For the working population, it should be more than just assistance. It has to be a link to their jobs, not just support or assistance. Especially from the life cycle point of view, I think it's going to be more important. And the second point is that, as was emphasized by many presenters, for the virtuous cycle of jobs and welfare, fiscal sustainability really needs to be emphasized further. Like many people said, even without changing the welfare system, there's going to be more pressure on spending because of the aging population. We can learn from Japan. There's going to be more spending on welfare for pension and social insurance because of the fiscal balance issue that led to a lot of spending, a lot of expenditure on social services, and that could also become a drag on other areas, economy as well, and even within the welfare system, in terms of employment or social protection, the spend itself would be constrained to a level. And as a result, the virtuous cycle for growth and jobs and welfare to be able to function correctly, first of all, we need to have a proactive approach in terms of institutional building and adjustments for ensuring fiscal sustainability. And the next part that I want to talk about is that there is a need to increase fiscal spending for aging population. Of course, we're spending a lot of money on the elderly population, but they're going to be healthier, they'll be more educated, and we will have a new type of elderly population coming in. So given that characteristic, post-retirement, we have to ensure that they can stay productive. For them, we have to have a more customized, for example, employment referral policies, so that they can stay productive even after retirement, so that we can put in place a virtuous cycle of growth, jobs, and welfare for the elderly population. Thank you. So starting from the 16th of September till the 1st of October on KDI Facebook page, we have had the pre-registration period for the questions for the speakers. A lot of people register their questions for the speaker. I am going to be posing the questions to our speakers, to Mr. Yang. When comparing Korea with the success cases in Europe where they have a model of virtuous cycle between welfare and economy, what do you believe are the biggest constraints in Korea that hold it back from such success? This is a question to Dr. Yang. And to Dr. Shin, compared to the cases of Japan and US, what do you believe are the unique advantages and features of Korea's and welfare policy institutions? What are the cases that we need to focus on in terms of welfare policy and institutions? And to Dr. Ko, for inclusive system, I think there are a lot of conflicts in our inclusive growth, capitalism. Are there any conflicts between the two? We would like to get some questions from the floor, but in the interest of time, we will not be able to receive questions from them. So for the comments from the panelists and also the pre-registered questions, perhaps the speakers can respond to these questions. Dr. Yang first.
Now, first of all, what the panelists have mentioned, I would just like to respond to two comments, then move on to the online questions. First, about the relative poverty among the elderly population in Korea. So that one issue, and then also the future elderly. So once the pension system for the future elderly, once it matures, then will we be able to ease some of the fiscal burden? Yes, these two separate issues. Now, first, for the current elderly, now it's true that the post-retirement income guarantee system is not mature enough. And also, many of them were not able to enter the national pension because at that time it was not available. And even if they do have the coverage, the enrollment period is very short, so the benefits are not that high. So now the only leeway is the tax-based welfare and perhaps the basic pension. So the tax-based pension. So I believe that what they're doing now is having a very low basic pension for everyone. And perhaps that is to appeal to the voters. But anyways, about 6% of the elderly population are in absolute poverty, in relative poverty. But then basic pension is not very high. But then in Sweden, they are targeting those below the relative poverty line. So, and then they have double the level of Korea today. So I think that is probably the problem, that it is not targeted enough. And then also perhaps it is repeating the same thing. Then Professor Lee talked about the employment insurance undercoverage. So even if they are unemployed, they're not able to get the benefits. So perhaps we need to have the universal basic income. So perhaps that is one option that we can consider in the long time series. Then I am actually concerned about that. That could be wasteful expenditure. Let's say if the unemployment rate in Korea is 4%, then about half of the percent, in other words, about 2 percentage points, are not covered under the employment safety net. And I do believe that we need to have a tax-based scheme for that. Then, just like Germany, maybe we can have the unemployment benefit. So for the 2 percentage points of people, maybe we can do something utilizing the unemployment benefit. But then now, let's say it is the same tax base, but then if we are to have the UBI, in other words, to have basic income for all, then just for the percentage of people, we also need to pay the 98% others. That's very wasteful. That is very inefficient. So even if it is this tax base, I believe that it should be targeted. Targeted should be the unemployed. And also, so we can provide more generous income support and can also build a bridge for them to go back to the labor market. I do not believe that providing the benefit to 98% others will be the solution. And then last, the question received online. So then for the successful models, so what would be, so I believe that questions about, can we do this? Can we move to the successful model? Why were we not successful so far? So I believe that that was the question. Now, so far, we have suffered several economic crises, but none that was caused by welfare crisis, perhaps. Now, for the other so-called successful cases, so in other countries, they have also gone through various crises like fiscal, financial, and also welfare crises that prompted them to conduct reforms. But Korea perhaps have not had its share of crises that would wake it up. So maybe if we had another crisis like that, then maybe we would wake up. So perhaps we need to have the shock of a crisis. Anyway, so amidst all this, now also when we try to set the policy path, we need to move away from the camp ideology. We need to move away from political ideology. We need to come up with a more practical and rational approach toward problem-solving policy making. But that is what we are seeing less and less supply of. So that is actually a concern for me, and that is all from me. Thank you.
I'm sorry we don't have more time for that. Dr. Shin, perhaps I can give you 2 to 3 minutes to respond. So just two things. So in the morning, Professor Roderick said, well, he has shared the 3x3 matrix. So that was a very interesting classification of the policies. So I think some of them work and some of them don't work. So for example, the areas that do not work, for example, are the population that are no longer in the labor market, that are retired, and the people that have yet to enter the market, the pre-production population. So the policy has to be broken down into pre-production and production life cycle. So there are, for example, inequality issues that could arise from pre-production stage that's related to the education inequalities, because there are a lot of inequalities that are rising from the childhood era. For example, about 3% of the children, for example, are receiving education in English. There's a lot of serious inequality issues arising over there. And there's a lot of inequality that are starting even at a very early age, and that inequality continue into their education. But we're really not addressing that issue early on. So we have to start early on. And we're having issues in terms of the elderly population. But that's really not an issue that is solely related to the elderly population, because young people would come on old senior citizens in the end. So in a way, there will be older citizens in some time in the future. So these elderly generation issues, that's a very sensitive issues, intergenerational issues. And so we have to actually move away from this mindset. So this poverty issue, how are we going to address this issue? So above all, we have to have a long-term approach so that we can really tackle this inequality issue, economic growth issue, inequality issue. So putting all this together, Korea's political system changes every 4 to 5 years in terms of the election. So there's really no long-term horizon here. 10 to 20 years, it's really outside anyone's interest for politicians. So political discussions really take place over a long-term horizon. There's really no long-term vision in place. It's a systemic issue in a way. So I want to end my comments at that. Dr. Ko, could you respond?
Let me also make a few comments. So as Professor Lee has mentioned, so about the chaebols, so I think it's very important, so I would like to comment on this. Now, in the case of Korea, let's say the sense of resistance against chaebols and also the psychological, the backlash against them is quite strong. So when I read up on it, then they say that since the 1930s, there have been such a resistance against chaebols. So it's like between the good versus evil, and so they're like the powerful, the entrenched. So that seems to be the notion. But then when you think about jobs, if you have children, where do you prefer your children work? SME, large companies? I would like for them to work in large companies. Now, I also met up with a lot of university students when I was the government, and then many of them tell me that they used to intern at SMEs. They are never going back there. And now when you go to YouTube and if you type in SMEs reality, then there's a lot of dirt there because, I mean, they say that the large companies owners do a lot of bad things, but it's nothing compared to the SMEs. I mean, not all of them do it. And of course, likewise, between the large companies and the SMEs, good people are good, bad, there are also bad apples too. But then now, for the Korean young people, the problem of their jobs is the too weak SMEs. And so when we think about the job issue and also when we look at the economic situation, then we really have to take a look based on facts. Now looking at the US, then GAFA, Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple for the GAFA internet companies. Now the government in the US is strengthening regulations against GAFA and the tech companies. And in the US, there is a lot of criticism about how the large companies are increasing their monopoly. So for example, Tomai Filippo, now he is coming up with such criticism. But then now last year, I think it was written by Cosma, and there was an article saying that that is actually not true. Now, their monopoly comes not from market dominance, but then it actually comes from the consumer's welfare. So it's actually not a cause for worry. I'm not saying who's wrong, but based on the data and then also thinking about what our goals are. So if we just dislike chaebols for the sake of disliking them? Do you want to punish them because we do not like them? But do we want to have good jobs? And what do we need to do to good jobs, to create good jobs? So I think we need to take a cold look at the reality, and that falls upon the scholars and the professors gathered here. And then based on that analysis, we also need to follow up with the kind of discussions on the kind of policies that we actually need in Korea today. And the next is about the online question. And yes, there is inclusive growth, and this is also the same as capitalist development. And the Arcimilus Robinson, now he also writes about this in the book entitled Why Nations Fail. There's also a very good Korean translation of it. You can read it in half a day. I recommend this book to you. And the others are very minor points. So the ALP about the active labor market policy. So a lot has been mentioned here, but I am a little bit skeptical about this. Unless there are decent jobs, no matter how much you train them, it's no use. Because all the training will not lead you to a good job. So the LMPs will be limited too. So the lead countries in LMP like Sweden, again, their premise is that their premise is that they need to have high growth and highly productive jobs. Then how they are going to transition the people of low skills into these better jobs. So that was a premise. So unless there are good jobs being created in the industries and the businesses, then LMPs are not going to do any good. And one last thing is that I do realize that the people who are there, let's say, for example, the research centers or let's say the governments, they would also work hard and think hard, but then also believe that for the employment service centers and also those who work there, we also need to make sure the quality of these people as well. That also determines the success or the failure of the employment placement. Then also now including professors in the establishment. So yes, someone was sorry that I included the professors in the establishment, but many do that too. So I hope that you don't take it personally. Well, that was not the point. Actually, I was saying that that was okay. And I was saying that there would be other groups who would do even worse than that.
감사합니다.
So, thank you. So the policy on policy reform for a virtual cycle of growth, jobs, and welfare has been drawn to a close. So 3 presenters and 4 panelists, thank you very much. So the policy session has just ended. I'd like to thank the presenters and the panelists once again for your hard work. So much insight have been shared. So our program has come to the end. We're going to have a closing ceremony. For the closing remarks, our opening speaker, Dr. Lee Gun, Vice Chairman of the NEAC, is going to come up to the podium again to deliver the closing remarks. Please welcome the Vice Chairman with a big round of applause. Hello. Again, thank you very much for being with us until the end of the day. Oh, this is part of the process of this international conference. I said that better than cash, it's better to in-kind service, not only the elderly population, labor policy, and welfare are very critical. Problem is, it's quite challenging. We've also looked at various social issues, such as elderly issues as well as poverty issue. It's quite incompatible in a way, especially basic pension. It's very much thinly spread out, so it's really not going to the people that are really in need. So I think there's a lot of inefficiencies in terms of distribution, and also the budget itself is perhaps not enough for the welfare. That means we have to raise more tax, but there's a lot of resistance to taxation. So perhaps maybe not in terms of raising the tax rate, but tax source have to be made more efficient. So perhaps what we can do going forward is to increase our female participation in the economic activities so that we can improve our economic participation of female workers. So in order to do that, for example, their social services as well as child care benefits should be provided. Dr. Nelson talked about, for example, child care services as well as maternity, paternity leave, as well as allowances that should be provided. An individual tax system should be introduced, and also the secondary earner tax deductibles should be introduced so that a female employment rate could be improved in general. I think those were some of the policy implications that we were able to draw. And whether we should go with the Denmark example or the Swedish example, I think we have a long way to go in terms of the Denmark example. Perhaps we can follow the Swedish example. Perhaps that is the middle ground that we can follow. There are some similarities with Japan because the large companies have a very strong welfare system, which is something that is very similar in Korea, which is quite different from the other Nordic countries. So considering that, we have to find a Korean version of welfare system. We're a latecomer into the system, leveraging our own unique characteristics. We have to be very creative in inventing our own system so we can leapfrog the welfare system. So I hope that we can do it in a very creative and proactive manner. But perhaps we hope that we will be able to not face any crisis in that process. So anyway, I want to close my remarks and thank you very much for your hard work. Thank you, Vice Chairman, once again for your closing remarks. So he shared with us the implications and the lessons learned from the international conference. We have many online participants still joining us. We weren't able to see you at this venue. However, I hope that this international conference was very useful and insightful for all of you. So thanks again for staying with us until this very last moment. Thank you so much. So this has been Ian Ha, the MC for the International Conference on Towards a Virtuous Cycle of Growth, Jobs, and Welfare. Thank you very much.